We're now going live. Greetings, greetings. Welcome to Dorsey's Resource. We're now going live. Greetings. Welcome everyone to Dorsey's Resource. First, as usual, before we get started, this video is going to be for educational, informational, and entertainment purposes only. Please understand everyone's individual circumstance or situation may be different. It's up to every individual competent person to please do his or her own homework and research regarding the topic being discussed. This information is not to be construed as legal advice. In the event you feel you need to seek a competent professional, it is encouraged you do so at one's own leisure. Dorsey's Resource channel is not liable or responsible for any misuse of this information. These are simply my thoughts and opinions on the topic being discussed. Please govern yourselves accordingly. All rights are reserved. The topic of this video I wanted to delve back into it's going to be Iraqi Dinar, Dong, Indonesia Rupiah. That's what that stands for. Is the GCR revaluation close? I wanted to kind of go over that here. And plus, this will also be like a Q&A. I want to say, first of all, Happy New Year, happy holidays. I decided to wait. Hopefully, you guys had a great Christmas, awesome Christmas. We're in the year 2021. I appreciate you guys for still rocking with me. Sincerely, by the way, I want to go over. So first of all, once again, I want to thank all of you all who do continue to follow my channel, Dorsey's Resource. Those that have stayed subscribed, do appreciate you. Thank you very much, by the way. I'm going to be going just to give you guys a heads up, back and forth. I'm going to be reading from a couple websites, and this will be open forum. I'm also going to be going back to the chat section to acknowledge you guys. If you have any statements, questions, or concerns, this is like a Q&A. This is the best time to reach me. Unofficial formal consultation too, by the way, that I'll do my level best to answer questions. Of course, some questions may be too sensitive, by the way. And check the description box at the video to contact me for serious inquiries. Only the information should be listed in the description box, like for private consultations or other things. If you guys want me to send you any private webinars or educational material that I have, I do provide that privately. But, you please contact me if you are interested, by the way. So without further ado, I want to jump into the chat. I see Ramel L says, peace to you. Thank you for joining. Ramel Sonia Johnson in the building says, hey, Dorsey, appreciate you, Sonia. Thank you for joining. One of the moderators, Travis Wayaneth, says, we can all feel it in the air. Like when a hurricane storm, people get weird. Same feeling, but good. Okay, not sure exactly what you're referring to, Travis. If you don't mind elaborating. Stacy Glory, forgive me if I'm mispronouncing your name. Stacy Ross says, hello, appreciate you. Thank you for joining. Steve Stein says, hello, Dorsey, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you as well. And all of you guys, once again. One of the updates I'm going to be reading is from Fleming. It's from a contact source. Now, someone asked me on Twitter, by the way, just to give you all a heads up, they wanted me to share where I get the information from when Fleming would do videos. More recently, one of the recent videos that I looked at that he had, it was botched. Some of the audio didn't come back in the recording. And I decided to keep that particular intel source more private because that was shared with me by an individual privately once I discovered he sent the updated information, I guess, so I could read the updates. I'm also going to be reading from a website that is public that I can post. There are actually two sites. One is dinarguru.com. The other one is dinarrecaps.com. If you're wondering if you've been following the revaluation of the Iraqi dinar, the global currency reset, going back many years ago now, by the way, we're now in 2021. I've been officially knowing about this investment, I can honestly say, for when I thought it was going to happen for 10 years, actually over 10 years. I've first heard about the dinar back in 06. In case you guys are wondering, is this a scam or whatever? I've addressed that in the past, and we do have confirmation. We have receipts. I know there's people out there. I've there are receipts from banking institutions that used to sell the dinar, and some I hear that sold the dong. They were joined at the hip like brother and sister between the Vietnamese dong, between the dinar, and I believe the rupiah as well. But don't quote me exactly on that, by the way. We do have validity. There was also brick and mortar exchange locations that I was one of the people, few people that knew privately. A lot of people did not know that. I had a subscriber a while ago. I shared that information with others as well that came down the road that I met who got involved in this particular type of, some say it's not an investment, but whatever you call it, in exchange for whenever it goes down, it's important to know the history behind the dinar. And there was actually an audio that I was looking for that can kind of maybe go into the details. I haven't located it yet specifically, but it was a private call where I believe there were two people from the private sector. The name of the call, it went by the name Thing One and Thing Two, by the way, where they explained the long-term plan for the reset and dealing with the currencies and the changeover, the banking system, which is actually in some of the notes that I have before you guys that I hopefully can get ready to go over. Travis and Scott says, I feel like there's good on the horizon. Yes, I would say I agree as well. And also I hear symbolically, there's some things going on with this year with, you know, the elite uses a lot of symbolism dealing with astrology. I do have subscribers that are into, say, Western astrology. And I heard there's something going on between the planet Saturn and Jupiter. I don't know exactly, you know, what the exact readings or whatever, but I do hear the high ups or whatever, they try to line things up symbolically. When you listen to Benny, by the way, over at Currency 365's channel, big shout out to the work he's doing over there. Benny gives good breakdowns. When the few videos that I've listened to, he's tied in the symbolism with like visual images and kind of paints a picture for those who may be not familiar with how symbolism is very big to some of the real high up powers that be that get deep into that. I don't really talk about that much, very vaguely over here. I am aware of it, but I do hear that has something to do with it and things that may be occurring down the road in terms of creation and other powerful energies that may be manifesting. So to get into the topic, the question, I wanted to give you guys a heads up. This was mentioned previously in terms of the RV, by the way, the revaluation, that just to give you guys a heads up, this is an evolving situation, by the way, that a lot of times when I'm asked about dates and rates, keep in mind that that can change at any time. Always, I was advised, or we were advised in the past from listening to private conference calls to stay away from dates and rates because it's a constantly evolving situation, by the way. And there's updated information, just like all the delays that we've received, by the way. And I will also say, without going into details, there's a public side to the RV, and then there's what appears to be a private side. Now, I didn't know this originally, but just connecting the pieces many years ago, there definitely appears to be, there's what some refer to as like the street rate, or that will go by with some say Forex has changed. It now has another name. I don't know exactly if it's FX exchange, but some know, you know, dealing with the current major currency exchange. I was informed by a private source some years ago that someone he knows saw it actually show up on the screen one night. And I had actually heard the same thing from listening to a conference call all around the same time. Now, mind you, I had never met the host formally, or this person that hosted this particular conference call that I would listen to, but I had a private source who relayed a message that someone I had actually, I believe, met the individual before, by the way, some years ago, and he relayed the information to my source. I also got confirmation from the same source that there was someone who is a banker, I would say in the East Coast area, that I guess had the access or authority to access the back screens. Because some years ago, me and one of my contacts, we actually visited particular banking institution, and we were actually shown from actually asking questions. One of the bankers there that also worked as a teller and did the was also a notary and did the medallion signature stamp, took us in the back and showed us, like the basic exchange with this particular institution with certain countries, that one in particular we were already close by. And I'll let you guys kind of guess, and we could see on the screen. So I said, there's got to be validity, even though we didn't specifically see the some of the other currencies from around the world. We did see other countries, but the ones that were pertaining to the RV, or basically being talked about on the conference calls. But I was always hearing that certain bankers, of people that had like maybe a higher level of credentials, by the way, has the ability to access screens that lower level people at these institutions cannot access, based on, I guess, their credentials just within the pecking order. So just relaying that privately to provide validity. But, I do give a disclaimer. It's up to every individual to evaluate and assess if this is something that they feel is valid. I still get asked that question sometimes from time to time. Is this legitimate? And was even informed more so recently that some don't consider this to be an investment. Also, by the way, guys, if you can, smash the thumbs up button. By the way, helps me rank higher in the search results. If you guys want to see me go to the next level, don't hesitate, smash the thumbs up button. Also hit the notification bell, subscribe if you haven't yet to Dorsey's Resource. I'm also on new platforms that I've just joined. I'm on Rumble now, but I don't have any videos uploaded yet. So just as another backup, in case things happen over here on YouTube, by the way, I just want to give you guys a heads up. There's other platforms that I'm on. I'm also on Brighteon. I have to upload, I have the account creation, but basically the profile to let you guys know in case anything happened to me over here. By the way, I will let you know. You guys may possibly be able to find me on those other platforms down the road. And also, just a heads up, some of your favorite content creators that you feel were kicked off YouTube illegally, by the way, or as YouTube says they violated XYZ, you may be able to find them on these other platforms. Now, there's other newer video web hosting platforms that are growing, by the way, because of the monopoly that Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube have had violating antitrust laws, by the way, which is supposed to be created to help protect small businesses and for fair competition, by the way, have egregiously, for political purposes, been censoring information and using propaganda in doing so. If you're wondering the definition, by the way, of propaganda, the definition of propaganda is information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote or publicize a particular political cause or point of view. And we know that these big tech giants have been recently engaging in this egregiously. There's been hearings and even discussion about, regulations to deregulate the powers they have. So keep in mind, because they're trying to suppress this information, some of this type of information, and it's important that you guys spread the word. And, I think that that's not right. For example, on a side tip, that the video that the doctors did about COVID was censored multiple times on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, across. And these are really big social media platforms that have such a large monopoly. We know that they've changed the algorithm. But however, I want to let you guys know there are other web hosting platforms to get on. And if I have time, I'm going to go over some of those platforms again. If you also check the description box under the video, after this video uploads and previous videos, you can check. I'm also on Parler, by the way. So go over to these other platforms. I advise you create an account as a backup, by the way. These other platforms, many of them don't censor, or not to the level, definitely not to the degree that Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube does. And they're fair, and they're not biased, by the way, and they're not spewing forced propaganda and gaming the algorithm system to try to force people to think how they want people to think. It's a form of brainwashing, which YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook are engaged with. So I'm on Rumble. I'm going to maybe down the road, I can't tell you guys exactly, but I'm going to work on maybe getting videos over there. I am also on Minds.com. I've been on Minds.com for a while, and some of these other platforms, by the way, video web hosting platforms, the algorithms are so much better because, you know, these big tech companies such as Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube, for example, have altered them in a way to not allow certain content creators to get a large reach, or not suggest them in the news feed section, and really suppress the information. That's why you'll see some of the older videos that I've done on the Dinar have like thousands of views. When you look at you go to my channel, you look at the bottom, you'll see my older videos have like thousands of views, but now I can barely break 100, 200 because I'm no longer being shown in the news feed sometimes, or people are not receiving the notifications, for example. To explain, this is their game in the system. We knew about this for years. This was an ongoing process, and because of this egregious activity from YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, that's why I feel their big monopolies need to be broken up. They need to be deregulated, and they also are engaged in torturous interference, where they're lobbying to have other media organizations shut down with no evidence whatsoever. They're quick to label someone as a conspiracy theorist, by the way, when they themselves are engaged in propaganda. By the way, what I just read the definition from, I'll go over it again, but propaganda is information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote or publicize a particular political cause or point of view. The synonyms to that word propaganda deal with promotion, advertisement, publicity, advocacy. So they're intentionally spinning the stories to indoctrinate and brainwash people, by the way, and just tell you guys blunt. So that's why you guys want to get on these other platforms. It will behoove you. I know that YouTube still has one of the largest video web hosting platforms, but many of these other platforms are growing. They are gaining momentum. So the more people, that shows that we, the people, have power to get on those other platforms, they will grow, and will take YouTube, take the power away from YouTube having all that power. And these other platforms are also working on monetizing as well for advertisers and stuff like that. And as they grow, big companies can come over there. Some places are already sponsors and things of that sort. So the revenue will start increasing, gaining momentum. And some of these platforms like Library, forgive me if I'm not pronouncing it correctly, and Odyssey, some of these platforms are growing tremendously. And Rumble is already growing, and Parler is increasing tremendously, by the way. And these big tech giants fear that because they want to control the narrative. And it's important that you get on these other platforms to keep yourself from being brainwashed, by the way. So I know I kind of got off topic a little bit, but this is very important. I noticed even in the updates that Fleming has given, that he touches on some of these other areas, by the way, to give you guys a heads up, because there's really the cabal, the evil cabal. It's been alleged that they're behind holding up the RV and trying to sabotage it. And that may be in some of the notes if I have time to go over some of the websites that I have pre-prepared to relay the information, the intel for you guys. But I may go over this again. I even did a separate video on alternate web hosting platforms, by the way, that are growing tremendously. So I want to let you guys know there, you won't be by yourself. So invite your friends and relatives to get on these other platforms once again. So YouTube, Twitter, Facebook doesn't have such a large monopoly. And we know that they're engaged in intentionally, propagandizing people, which is brainwashing tactics. And this can lead to really worse things if something is not done by our legislature. So also call your congressmen, your senators, put pressure on them that this is a serious issue, like that 230, by the way. So I'm going to go to the chat section. I see some more of you all have joined in, by the way. Travis says, I feel there's good. Okay, I read that already. Steve Stein says, any ideas about the QFS banking system and if the RV is related? Yes, that's a good question, Steve. That is actually in the notes, by the way. Around Christmas time, it was relayed, or a little bit before that, they were actually working on finishing up the QFS, quantum financial system. In case you're wondering, we do have evidence. There is supporting documentation behind the QFS system, by the way, with the particular, government agency. I think it's the comptroller of currency, but I did find someone had posted, it may have been Charlie Ward or someone on his platform, one of the videos had posted there is validity, but it's being worked on behind the scenes, and it's supposed to be replace the SWIFT system dealing with the banks, and supposed to deal with like fast transactions, but also be tracked and monitored and be a lot safer versus the SWIFT system that is being utilized, by the way. So that is being worked on. Some of the intel was they were still working on finishing that up, and they're pretty much done. They're still maybe running tests with that particular system, by the way. So just keep that in mind. So that is a good question. Travis Williams says, I feel okay, I read that already. Let me scroll down. Okay, Rachel Gaines says, hello, Dorsey, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you. Thank you for joining, Rachel. Dr. Ed says, Happy New Year, my brother. Greater is coming. Appreciate it. Thank you for joining, Dr. Ed. Joe on Spencer County says, please research the American State Assembly.net. I've heard of that site before. Thank you for sharing that, Joe. I had a subscriber out of California, I believe. She shared that site with me. By the way, and I came across it even prior, that deals with redemption education, in case you guys are wondering. By the way, there's another one that I found too out there, by the way, that helps. And there's also books, the redemption manuals you can order that are still on Amazon.com. By the way, you may even still be able to find the PDF files for free downloads for cracking the code, some of the redemption manuals, because this video is also Q&A, in case you guys are wondering. If you have any statements, questions, or concerns, don't hesitate to jump in the chat. And guys, if you can, let's get the smash the like button. By the way, helps out a lot. Appreciate you for joining. Jason Brandt says, very informative side note. Thank you. Kevin Fang says, hey, Joe, Kevin on Missouri. Awesome says, I am happy to help. I'm on Kentucky. Okay, got you. So says, all right. Channing Brian Kelly says, all right, okay. Joe on Spencer County says, we are beyond the redemption manuals. Okay, got you. You know, different people are at different levels. By the way, I was doing some deep research before going into the new year over the holiday, where I was going to do a series on the book called Business and Law, which I uncovered I believe is directly tied in with the so-called sovereign citizen movement. And no, I don't really use that term, but I just bring that up, by the way. That's an umbrella term that's used to discredit people, but there is a legitimate side that's involved in that information that the powers that be have intentionally hidden. And I had a subscriber who confirmed, a subscriber down in Texas, that confirmed they used to teach this information in high school and college. And he stated some years ago, was taught back in the 50s or 60s, and they took it out the schools. And then he said they brought it back in the 70s, and then they took it out again. But I discovered there's actually, which I believe to be is a collegiate course. I know it is written by people that have like master's degrees and PhDs, doctors of divinity from in those particular types of fields. There's a book you want to research where some of the books don't talk about the same thing, but multiple books I discovered that I did independent research had chapters related to redemption education. And there's actually more than 3. There may be 4 or 5, where one book dealt with estates, wills, and trust. Another chapter dealt with negotiable instruments. There was another chapter that dealt with secure transactions, that dealt with UCC financing statements. So the book you want to look for, they may have different names. It may be called Business and Law or Business and the Law. I think they took the word out to shorten it up. Some of the books I discovered may be just called Business Law, by the way, Business Law. So I'm assuming I think some students who majored maybe in the finance field, obviously law, people who go into the legal profession may have been required to take that class. By the way, if it was not in your major, by the way, you know how if you're in college, you have electives. Those are classes that you can decide to take, like freelance classes, but they also have required classes that are within your major. And I think I was actually required to take that course down the road because even though I finished with my associate's degree, I took classes going towards my bachelor's. So I finished all of the accounting that was required at the particular school institution that I attended at the time. And I think you can look in advance on your not just your transcript, but you know how colleges have the books where you can look at the required classes ahead of time before you take those classes. And sometime down the road, I was actually due to take that class. It's interesting that something that would seem unrelated taught me how to apply those college classes to real life, those courses that we took, by the way, because this information, by the way, is being hidden from the public. And I have evidence on that now. I have I've been doing some deep research, and prior to the new year, I discovered some hardcore evidence, especially one of the books that was going over negotiable instruments in particular, and actually discussed the harm that it was causing to the people by the information being hidden, by the way. And there's people who work for the banks and stuff when they said they were receiving these negotiable instruments, and they were calling them sovereign checks, by the way. If properly prepared years ago, some institutions called them sight drafts. But if done properly, they are supposed to be accepted pursuant to House Joint Resolution 192, Public Law 73-10, that was declared to be public policy. When they took us off the gold standard, they had to provide a remedy and recourse, by the way, which is also codified in statutes at large, statute 48, section 112, and the statutes at large that ties in with HJR 192, and also the statute, I believe, USC Title 12, section 411, that deals with lawful money. There's some things that are slightly different, by the way, and then that I forget specific United States code that deals with obligations of the United States that states all bonds, certificates of indebtedness, and also codified in the Code of Federal Regulations, CFR 103.11, subsection U. The letter U is in universe. I believe it's Code of Federal Regulations 103.11. I had a brother told me years ago who was very well studied in the law, who went up against judges within the court system and was placed on a local do not detain list, by the way, stated the remedy was coded in that law, Code of Federal Regulations 103.11, subsection U, that deals with monetary instruments, and stated that all negotiable instruments were supposed to be monetary instruments. And the most powerful law that's being misinterpreted that I found that's directly related to discharges, while they're not supposed to be rejected, by the way, like when people were using the checks off the closed accounts, if prepared a certain way, because there's people on the public side who are messing things up because they're commingling, not understanding what they're doing. But if properly prepared and properly enforced, they are supposed to be accepted by law pursuant to Uniform Commercial Code 3-603, subsection B, that states there's still supposed to be a discharge to the amount of tender, that even if there's a refusal, if you interpret the definition of it, that a merchant can refuse it, but by law, because when they took us off the gold standard in 1933, that's why they had to implement House Joint Resolution as public policy. By the way, that's the reason why there's supposed to be a discharge, and they've been breaking these laws egregiously by not accepting these negotiable instruments. The bankers have placed the American people in a form of involuntary servitude, using debt as their weapon, by the way, and especially for sovereigns out there, people, SCs, who studied in the movement, by the way. We're having a difficult time explaining this because a lot of people don't study the laws or don't know these specific codes. And in the state of Michigan, that would be codified in the Uniform Commercial Code, section 440, it would be dot 3603. 3-603 of the Uniform Commercial Code would be codified pursuant to and reference to UCC 3-603. And I want to say I did give a disclaimer. So this is not legal advice. One, I encourage has to do their own homework. These are simply my opinions in referencing to what I've studied, by the way, in years past, by the way. And we need more people to be educated so things can run more, can run fluently, because that's the reason why some of these evil bankers are getting away with this stuff, or minions at the top that were trying to say that these instruments were fraudulent, which many of them were not, if properly prepared correctly, by the way, especially those that mentioned the statutes on there, whether public or private. By the way, these negotiable instruments were supposed to go through, and people are not supposed to be having a hard time trying to figure out these discharges. That's why I've been, have expressed my frustration in relation some years ago to that event that I attended, because I know there's individuals at the top that could have made it easier to successfully discharge debt and access your exemption account. You should not have to go through a paper fight or a struggle, because it's already clearly written within the laws, even if you're operating on the public sector. On the statutory side, those instruments were not supposed to be refused, and they're supposed to be processed through the TT&L department, that stands for Treasury Tax and Loan, which was consolidated. And Bank of America was one of the entities that was supposed to route those instruments, and the Treasury Tax and Loan, of course, was tied in with the Treasury, and they had different departments. And we even had an investigative journalist many years ago from doing in-depth research. His name was Barton Butts, by the way. And he met with one of the former Secretary of Treasuries, I believe it was Paul H. O'Neill, who admitted that privately they received these type of negotiable instruments and processed them, by the way. But I'll let those out there do their own research. But piggybacking to that comment in the chat section, there are different degrees of levels of knowledge pertaining to the redemption manual. But I just wanted to share that I'm very well studied in that regard. There was a lot of information that used to be free on the internet that is since been removed from YouTube. From the internet, by the way, or they're on Scribd. A lot of the documents that you used to be able to download on Scribd, that website that forces you to pay a certain amount per month, by the way. A friend of mine stated to me that that's now owned and controlled by the Discovery Channel, by the way. I don't know if it still is. You know how big corporations can buy entities and they can shift hands, by the way. But very good statement, Joe. Thank you for joining. Dr. Ed says, just a quick note. I sent my money to my son in Ghana today. It took less than 30 seconds. Before, it took almost 40 minutes to be verified and approved. I believe that QFS real-time payment is active. That is a very good chance. Thank you for the intel, by the way. And that's how throughout the years in dealing with redemption education, for example, we've had people share stories peer-to-peer, person-to-person, privately. That's how we will figure out the validity behind some of this information. That is a possibility, because I heard recently that was implemented, and I may be able to go over that once I go over the websites. So what I plan to do is finish reading you guys chats for the time being. Then I'm going to get straight into more of the intel from the websites, because the topic of this particular video is dealing with Iraqi dinar, dong, rupiah. Is the GCR revaluation close? And this is also question and A, by the way. So I intend to answer those questions. Ashley says, hey, Dorsey, appreciate you joining. Thank you, Ashley, for the shout out. Joe on Spencer County says, Dorsey, it would be so great if you would bring your knowledge to your own county assembly, by the way. That's a good suggestion. I'm not sure exactly how we'll go about doing that. Throughout the years, there are a lot of different processes, by the way. I think, and from my humble opinion, I've had the opportunity, and there's a certain individual at the top who may not take credit for this, but I did appreciate this individual sharing the information when I attended these private events. I would say it went all the way high up to some of the powers that be in the private sector, by the way. And I was at a certain level in this, and I still am, by the way. So I can't say exactly, for example, Yusuf L, who has a channel that I'm also subscribed to, is, I would say, more well studied than I am in terms of dealing with the law, where he's actually been to jail before. And people try to use that negatively just because someone has been to prison or jail before. A lot of times when they come out, they're very well studied, by the way, because they spent a lot of time in there. Now, what they started doing, I heard at some of the prisons, we have a guy that I know that's really good friends with someone else I know who was locked up not too long ago, and stated that what they're doing now in the prisons, they're trying to block them from going to the library, because many years ago there were guys who were actually studying in a library, or some would go to the law library in some of these prisons, and were putting liens on the wardens and figuring out how to get themselves out of prison and stuff like that. So that shows you how far they're going to try to suppress the information, even with from inmates, people within the penitentiary that do have access to those resources and things. That this what this individual was saying. I said, I shook my head. So Joe in Spencer County says, you have to put in so much time. It says you have put in so much time over the years. You deserve a serious place to bring your knowledge base. Yes, I am working on that. By the way, I had someone who's not on here now, who's a mod. By the way, she's under the name Lady Tech. By the way, I would say she's based out west. She has a platform too, and was asking me about doing some classes, by the way. And I would be interested in those things. My particular focus has been in trying to deal with discharge, but there's other things in terms of bulletproofing myself with the contracts that we enter into, by the way, is because the discharge to me is very important, because these corrupt powers that be, as you guys got me finished, hear me explaining about the negotiable instruments, or committing a lot of fraud by blocking those negotiable instruments from going through, by the way, because when they're able to do that, they're able to force you, like you may have to work longer hours with your job just to make ends meet or pay your bills, and using these Federal Reserve notes, which is a form of fiat currency. But they did put a remedy in place, but the powers that be at the top have been intentionally trying to hide it and sabotage people. And you're supposed to have access to that, even if you're operating as a statutory citizen. That Trading with the Enemy Act of 1917 is not supposed to apply, by the way, even though they declared every U.S. citizen to be an enemy of the state. That was further implemented with the Emergency War Powers Act of 1933. But even despite statutorily, on the statutory side, that House Joint Resolution that was declared to be public policy, also coded in the statutes at large, Statute 4848, Section 112, that pertains to that. And there's other statutes such as 12 USC 95A that deals with payments and conveyances, by the way. And I went over UCC 3-603, which is codified in many of the state statutes. By the way, I know in Michigan it starts with 440.3603. It's just they also are not training those tellers and people who work at these banking institutions, by the way, how to process those instruments, which they should be doing. But the Rothschilds, the people who set up the Federal Reserve Bank, who created this debt-based, what else do you call it? That term, fractional reserve banking system. Fiat-based system, by the way, did that intentionally, and that sabotages people who, especially those who studied in the SC movement, who were trying to access their remedy, people who studied redemption. This is very mean-spirited and egregious activity to do. This shows you, when you do find out about this, you start to realize how evil these people are, and they're blocking other remedies or easier access, like pertaining to filling out the operating circular to obtain the black card. And they're hiding it and selectively controlling who is allowed to get access to the black card, and hiding those resources that will make it easier to discharge debt or set off and tap in and access your exemption account, by the way. and your trust. And there's different types of accounts that are out there, different ways to access it. So this is a form of fraud, and this is something needs to be done. But the problem is we need more people to stand up. And I noticed when the TDA movement broke out, for example, back in 2017, I found out there was a class action lawsuit that was started, but the individuals did not follow through with it. We had more people who followed through, but we had agents that came out there, such as Virgo Triad and others, who tried to sabotage it and basically was calling state's attorneys, trying to get people locked up and in trouble when she claimed to say that she was going to help people when she first came out, and was lying, gaslighting, actually lying about the videos. It's not that because people were getting reversals. We proved that the accounts were real when people contacted Telecheck, by the way, and the person that was over the phone, I had 2 accounts that was confirmed. I had never even met the person before, and they confirmed I had an account with the Federal Reserve Bank with my Social Security number as the account number, and I had an account with the U.S. Treasury, the Bureau of Public Debt, with that routing number, that my Social Security number was the account number. And they said they were up and running, but yet we were getting reversals. And see, I did hear at one time many years ago that those transactions used to go through without any reversals, but something happened where the transaction where these people saw people pop up as banks, and it spooked the people out, because that these were supposed to be banking institutions, but they were in the names of people. That's because privately, secretly, you were also a bank. And I just dropped you guys some jewels. I dropped some jewels for you guys, something I normally may talk about in private consultation. If I started a Patreon account, this is the types of things that I would delve into. Of course, it would help keep down on the trolls, because it would force people to donate to get the information. And I could even go a lot more in depth and explain how, and even show documented evidence behind what I'm going over. Not only do I have some of it up here, I also have documented paperwork and evidence to prove that. And that's why, obviously, you guys will understand my frustration throughout the years. I have not been able to get maybe find the type of people to be loyal or who could assist me. And it could be a win-win situation, by the way, because a lot of people are selfish and they're in this for themselves. So I had people run with the documents and never come back and help. By the way, I've already experienced that before, and that's why I do require private consultation. You have to, I have a required fee to check the description box. By the way, because I've given information out for free and had people run with the information and say I got it and just disappear. By the way, and but we need more people to step up to the plate. So that happened a few years ago, by the way, when the TDA movement broke out, where people were trying to access the so-called secret accounts, whether you call them private, secret, or trust accounts. Private and secret practically mean the same thing, by the way. Some people like to get into the semantics game. Your name is also a trust, so it is also a trust account. It is an estate, deceit in estate. It is also an organization, by the way. Dealing with your legal person in a court system, it's referred to as the in lingus. If you say straw man, because they speak in legalese and they have to follow the rules of civil procedure, they won't recognize straw man. Or if you use that terminology, they can use plausible deniability to act like they don't know what you're talking about. Similar to the election, how they're saying they don't see any evidence or there's no standing when there's plenty of evidence. These are the types of games that they play. That's why I drew a comparison between the redemption movement. I saw very similar to this stuff they're doing politically to Trump with his lawyers and saying that there's no evidence. So imagine how wicked many of these states' attorneys in different states and the agent gatekeeper out there, when that TDA movement broke out, and when she came out, she claimed that she was going to help people, but then she turned around and became a villain. By the way, I'm referring specifically, I normally don't mention the name, it's not worth mentioning, but that channel, Agent Virgo Triad, who's also a racist, by the way, very racist, and does not like black people, by the way. And she's gone on to gaslight and say that this information is not real, just because you do see videos out there of people that don't necessarily call themselves sovereign citizens getting arrested, but there is an umbrella term that's used to discredit people, by the way, to try to make them look like conspiracy theorists. I talk about the legitimate side, the information that is real, that we proven, that I have supporting documentation and evidence to support, by the way, that I even had a subscriber that even stated she has a following who's more advanced than myself. I had mentioned earlier who had reached out to the agent Virgo, gatekeeper Virgo Triad, and said she refused to look at the information, by the way. And she had evidence that the A for V's acceptance for values worked because she had perfected it and figured it out. But Virgo Triad, to show you, she didn't want to look at it at all because she intentionally wants to sabotage it because she's mean-spirited, she's evil, she's a villain, but she pretends like she's, has her back or has teamed up with these other people, by the way. So you have to watch that. There's people who pretend to be good meaning, but they're sinister. They're actual villains, just like the movie. They're with the Sith Lords, by the way. They're with the dark side. If you compare it to Star Wars, the movie. So I just want to let you guys know that's why I sometimes don't go over certain information, because keep in mind there are agents, villains, minions, underlings, and gatekeepers out there, deep state operatives who are trying to intentionally sabotage this information. And I need to evaluate, by the way, and see who's genuine and who's real. And this helps keep the moles out. So that's why I was considering doing some of these other things, by the way. So, by the way, says I will be happy to, says, okay, may have skipped some of the information. Says you were putting in, okay, I read that comment. Robert Montoya says, bro, can we get to the headline topic now? Yeah, you're all right. I did get off topic, by the way. I'm going to get back in. Channing Brian Kelly says, Dorsey, is there a crypto that is connected to water? Wow, Dorsey, they're blocking inmates from the library now. Yes, I'm not sure about that. By the way, if there's a particular cryptocurrency that is connected, but there's different ones for different startup projects, that the banks, some of them already have, by the way, to answer your questions. Good question. Joe on Spencer County says, I will be happy to help you get in touch with your state coordinator within the states and assembly. Please message me and I will be happy to point you in the right direction. I am in Kentucky, by the way. Okay, no problem. I would say with the do, Joe, it's best if there's something you want me to take a look at. It may be better to email me. My email is in the description box of the video, specifically for serious inquiries only. I do have a busy schedule, by the way, so I go on my time, by the way, based on how busy, how free I am, by the way. But shoot me an email, j279dorsey@gmail.com. That's the letter J as in John, 279 Dorsey, D as in Delta, O as in operation, R as in rescue, S as in safety, E as in emergency, Y as in Yale. J279 Dorsey@gmail.com for serious inquiries only, by the way, because I get flooded with different things all the time. I know about stuff dealing with the vaccinations, and I mean, it's good information and about other things too, by the way. But just keep in mind, I don't have the money that famous people out there have, like Jay-Z or Beyonce, where I can hire secretaries or staff people. I tried to get that assistance where some people who had this level of knowledge already had, I saw many years ago, had subscribers who were able to start a website for them, assist them in a large capacity. But unfortunately, I've had people just take from me a pull without pouring resources in. And one of my main focuses and my frustration has been to be able to get out of this 9-to-5 job where that I would have more time to do this, by the way, or at least I would be able to reduce my hours down, by the way, to focus more. So I would be happy to get that information, Joe, to find out from you. So if you want to, and don't hesitate to leave a comment, by the way, after the video uploads. Shannon Brian Kelly says, I would love to have Dorsey on my website. Can we discuss this, Dorsey? My website is called paycheckraise.com. Okay, yeah, no problem. Just Shannon, just shoot me an email. Maybe we can schedule something down the road. By the way, once again, as you were already here, by the way, hit me up at j279dorsey@gmail.com for serious inquiries only. And we'll see, by the way, if we can work something out. Because I've been invited to some private Zoom meetings. I wouldn't mind doing those things, but I just have to see, try to develop a better schedule for bookings and things like that. See if I was already someone famous, by the way, it would be easier for me. They did a study, by the way, some years ago where there was some famous people. There was a female rapper was trying to take shots at regular average citizens, by the way. But they were saying that people who are rich or wealthy or have access to more, it gives them the ability to access more resources, so they're able to use their time better. So that means that people who are like, I'm still punching the clock, we have to actually work harder, by the way. I don't have assistants like that, by the way. And when I have helped people in the past, I've done it like from freelance with, before I started the consultation thing. And I was looking to get assistance dealing with discharge as someone who knew how to successfully discharge debt without any reversals. By the way, someone who had that level of experience, because even in one of the redemption manuals that I had read, they said they didn't cover that particular topic because it was difficult or too advanced for them, by the way. John Patton says, salute, Dorsey. Thank you for joining, John. Kelly says, yeah, whatever happened to Mike O'Brien? I'm not sure. So what I'm going to do, guys, since I see comments building up, I am going to get into the topic, by the way, dealing with the dinar, the dong, the rupiah. Is the GCR revaluation close? So I'm going to start reading from some of my earliest notes. This is from 12/25, Christmas, this past Christmas. It says, our military intel contact is confirming Mr. Fleming's sources, Bruce's sources, and other sources reporting that the bond redemption processing finished today, Christmas Eve through Thursday, December 24th, about 1 p.m. Eastern. All banks in this country and globally started moving fully onto the QFS system. That's the quantum financial system. Is stating in all of their operations, by the way. You see here, okay. Going back to, so that's what someone had mentioned earlier. I was going to go over that, by the way. I had mentioned that earlier in this video about the QFS. It says, as the Saint Germain Trust and the Rodriguez Trust start on Christmas Day, Friday the 25th, to pay out very large tranches to the global collateral accounts and U.S. Treasury and other central bank accounts that are free of deep state control and interference, in preparation to release the shotgun liquidity start. When Tier 4B is started, his current info is matching Bruce's sources that Tier 4B start currently set for approximately, they were saying next Tuesday, Wednesday, which that timeline had passed already. So there's already a timeline going into the new year that may be in some of the other intel updates that I go over. He is confirming Mr. Fleming's sources saying that two separate groups and in different geographic locations said there is expected to be activity on the holiday as well as into the weekend. And if so, we in Tier 4B will be in great shape soon thereafter next week. He is confirming that bond liquidity and bondholders' accounts will begin to be released, giving account holders 1% to 1.5% access to funds, by the way. And that date is old. That's already passed. It was saying Monday through Tuesday, the 28th through 29th of December. We're already into the next year, 2021. Says, and that bond liquidity release will enable release of trillions in liquidity globally to paymasters to downstream payments to Tier 1 through 4A as we in Tier 4B get started by sometime, just giving that date again. So, okay, that's pretty much a rehash of the same info. Says all this weekend he asked that we join him in praying that okay, I'm going to skip that part. I'm going to go to the next part. Okay, bond exposed. He is confirming president. Okay, he did that speech already. So I'm going to close that out. We're going to go to the 26th. I went as far back as 12/23. So here's another intel update. This is from just last year, which is not too long ago, December 23rd. They're saying that our military intel contact said the QFS is safe and secure, but the Chinese government and bankers used it to make illegal transfers. The system is safe. They used it for the wrong purposes. They got caught because of the blockchain transparency. The fact that the QFS is safe and transparent does not mean it cannot be used for illegal transactions. It just means they will get caught and arrested. He said he was told they cannot just let the non-ZIM currency exchanges start because the decision makers want ZIM redemption funds to be released at the same time as the non-ZIM currency exchange proceeds for GCR and the people's benefit in all the nations. And he said decision makers said they could not let the deep state CCP, stands for Chinese Communist Party government, banker, HSBC, and WF, that stands for Wells Fargo, illegal money laundering transactions happen as they were to release Tier 4B over the past 24 to 48 hours because these transactions were very large amounts meant to rehydrate deep state operations in the USA and China to keep the election fraud, PSYOP, informational warfare going, and to keep the scandemic lockdowns going to weaken the we the people so that the deep state operatives can easily manage us like sheep. He said that's the real reason for the perpetual business crushing lockdowns when they're closing businesses down. Because when you see the problem is when you shut the economies down, more people die from starvation versus the pandemic itself, by the way. Says fraudulently inflated COVID-19 infection numbers and death rate numbers and fearmonger. Okay. He said, but he was told that the white hats are stopping all this garbage and will get the RV out to us now. And he said, this is the best info he has had this time. And he is praying with all of us that it does not change again, holding it as likely, but not expecting any more interference. He really appreciates everyone's pain and frustration. He feels the same as he appreciates all prayers over this, he said. So I'm gonna X that out. That was an update from 12/23, by the way. That was a Fleming update I read from, by the way. Now I'm about to read, this was supposedly a morning update the day after Christmas. It says, our military intel contact replied exactly as Mr. Fleming's source said. This whole funds release is so deliberate and apparently slow because the government white hats, POTUS, Department of Defense, and the Alliance knew it would not be safe. Okay, that was connected to the information I read already. To let this go with incredible sums of money, by the way. So they said what they're doing, they're tying it to the new financial system that allows them to know exactly to track the funding where it's being used. He said it's called Trust But Verify. It says our guy added, it is the 20+ year war with the cabal / deep state rats that would make it very dangerous indeed for us currency holders without the system and government flushed of globalist deep state swamp sewage rats, and without the whole QFS system of Trust But Verify in place, especially when you have as much as 70% of federal, state, and local leaders compromised by the CCP. That's the Chinese communist spies. Says like Swalwell CA, that stands for California Democrat, recently exposed, and by CCP and Western deep state, Soros, Rockefeller, Rothschild, Wall Street, banker rats, bribes plus extortion plus threats like the Biden crime family, like Pelosi, Schumer, McConnell, Pompeo, FBI, Wray, outgoing Bill Barr, SCOTUS, Chief Justice Roberts, Justice Breyer, POTUS. The list goes on. Interesting. By the way, I will say that there are some names maybe within, I didn't read the full list, that are actually working with the Alliance. By the way, there's some other things I won't go into. I won't read the rest of that because that appears to be sensitive and can be speculatory. So allegedly that's part of this 12/26 update I'm reading from, morning update from Fleming, by the way. He said this info is also that, okay, that sounds a little bit too esoteric, about someone passing away. It says when high-level arrests started that were always expected as the RV was being released, he confirmed arrests were made. I won't say the names. It's listing the names of some people allegedly, by the way. So I don't have confirmation behind that. So I'm not going to say the names that are listed within this, by the way, to be fair in reporting this information to you guys for intel update. Says Christmas season of Mr. Schiff and others, so many of the CCP. Okay, so I'm gonna close that update out. That was from 12/26. Some of the other information from that appears to be very sensitive, by the way. So this update is from 12/30. It says our military intel contact said again that because the Friday, December 25th, Nashville recreational vehicle RV bombing was a deep state threat against the RV revaluation release and the threat against the exchange is starting. The Department of Defense and POTUS had to do the spec op missions to seek out and apprehend and take out the bad guys behind the Nashville bombing. His info is that these special operations missions will take the next 72 to 96 hours to complete. And he said that they are obviously necessary to protect the revaluation process of exchanges when you and I in the Tier 4B start exchanging. He said he is sorry that this pushes the timing out. He said that this is what the RV GCR war looks like, but it is also what winning against the deep state looks like. As Jeffrey Prather says, winning by POTUS and DOD, stand for Department of Defense, over the deep state and Chinese communist co-conspirators trying to stop the RV release and the NESARA/GCR through their COVID-19 scandemic plan and their related and sloppily, clumsily executed election vote fraud plan to oust Trump and hijack the RV/GCR for their dark, draconian World Economic Forum Great Reset plan over the next 10 years, intending to weaken we the people by scandemic lockdowns, mass mandates, COVID-19 vaccines to make us and the U.S. and all nations weak and manageable in their globalist New World Order plan. Says he is confirming Bruce's intel that the timing of our Tier 4B start was moved to next Monday, Tuesday, 1/4/5 or through Tuesday, 1/5 through 6. He confirmed the start timing is being pushed out in order to clean up on aisle 3. That sounds like they're making more arrests, by the way. They're trying to get as many bad guys out the way as possible. I believe personally that, just in my opinion, that we won't see an RV until I guess they get as many arrests as possible. There may be something big on the horizon in terms of that, by the way. I don't know how it's going to play out, so that's speculatory, but I am reading, this is from Fleming's intel update from December 30th, which was just last year. We're into New Year's Day of 2021. In case you're wondering, I'm giving an intel update dealing with the Dinar RV revaluation, by the way. Says, as Benjamin Fulford sources confirm, USA, Russia, Israeli, German, French, Swiss, and other alliance nations spec ops units are hunting down the deep state globalists, NWO swamp creatures who were behind the Nashville RV recreational vehicle bombing and who were thereby threatening the revaluation of the RV release process, as well as trying to destroy the related Dominion voting system, vote fraud server evidence, and to cut comms communications to disable the EBS emergency broadcast system through the AT&T Nashville hub /NSA hub that POTUS and the Department of Defense plan to use when we needed to communicate with we the people when the right time to use it occurs. I was going to actually get into that. I heard that was near that hub. That's a major hub location that even certain, if it was able to fully go through, that could affect major cell phone communications or knock out a lot of communications throughout a certain regional area. I'm not sure which region, how far that spans, if that would be all AT&T wireless holders, but I have heard different things in the past where different cell phone carriers went down for a time period. Because I have a friend that actually is with AT&T, with that company, and he's gone through that before. I've heard T-Mobile has gone through it where we don't know if they were running some type of test similar to the Philadelphia project, or what is that project called, where they had the people, I can't remember the name, that project where they had those people disappeared off the ships from years ago. They're running some type of pre-plan in case before they roll out a false flag, possibly. By the way, they're saying that they intercepted it. It could have been worse, but they're still on standby with trying to intercept these intentions by the deep state cabal members of stay-behind networks within the government who are being rounded up for treason, sedition against the country, in violation of major misconduct, by the way. That before we probably see RV, they're trying to get rid of as many bad guys as possible, to sum up the interpretation of what I'm reading for you guys. He said the good news is, as Jeffrey Prather, former DIA Defense Intelligence Intel agent, reported today, Tuesday, December 9th, the Nashville bombing attack means the deep state politicians and bureaucrats, especially FBI, CIA, and CCP, communist Chinese co-conspirators, are worried about the vote fraud evidence and the COVID-19 scandemic that enabled the mail-in ballot fraud plan becoming more and more exposed to the public. He confirmed the Nashville bombing was part of a deep state CIA/FBI dark operation in cooperation with the CCP, communist Chinese party, Chinese units, to destroy vote fraud evidence in the adjoining AT&T building and to cut off the EBS, emergency broadcast system, communication links to DC, confirming the explosion did not come from the RV recreational vehicle, but from a small CIA drone-fired thermobaric missile, same type used in Afghanistan caves, that was meant to destroy server evidence of Dominion voting system vote switching fraud throughout the swing states, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, etc. It says to cut off communications throughout the AT&T and NSA facility that served. This is how this stuff ties in with the the Intel update with the Dinar, by the way. The bad guys, it sounds like they're trying to basically round up. So this Intel provider is going over the information, how the cabal people, the bad guys, are trying to sabotage the RV. And, there's things related to what the president has to do behind the scenes dealing with the RV, by the way, that this is all connected. It's all interconnected, by the way, in case you're wondering. So this says this was done to intentionally fry the Kraken supercomputer. By the way, it says at the University of Tennessee, Knoxville, 180 miles away. All this was also meant, he said, to intimidate Trump and the Department of Defense white hats from pushing out the RV, that's revaluation release process. Again, he confirmed that the bombing utilizing the presence of the RV recreational vehicle was an unmistakable reference to POTUS's public mention of the RV revaluation release, when Trump mentioned RV recreational vehicle 5 times, thereby alluded to the RV revaluation in the Rose Garden address of Friday, June 5th. Okay, just connecting some pieces I'm not really that familiar with, but I can see what they're saying, by the way. Just to give you guys a heads up, after I finish reading this particular intel, I'm going to go jump to the chat section and finish reading you guys' comments, by the way. It says Monday, the 8th of June, Mark 8th, regarding POTUS hinting at the RV, but okay, this is earlier in the year. This is referencing to June 2020 about RV recreational vehicles. I guess this was mentioned, that vehicle that was involved with the that bombing incident in Kentucky, by the way. It says our guy shows this, that the deep state Nashville RV recreational vehicle bombing was a threat. Okay, I read that already. Okay, it looks like he said our guy confirmed Mr. Fleming's sources saying the RV release process was underway on Christmas Day, Friday, December 25th, same day as the Nashville bombing, when the St. Germain Trust and Rodriguez Trust started paying out last Friday evening, midnight, December, into global collateral accounts and central bank accounts globally that were not under the control of the deep state for the purpose of starting the shotgun liquidity release when Tier 4B starts exchanging. He said the 5 signs that we are at the end and the signs that the RV release is happening now, not in 2 weeks, not in a month or more. I don't know what to make of that. We'll see, but it looks like it's a good sign. We're getting closer. First sign that we're at the end, Iraq CBI did execute its RV rate change of the $15 range behind the scenes at 9 p.m. Eastern, Saturday, December 19th, 5 a.m. Iraqi time, Sunday, December 20th. Okay. It says second sign that we're at the end. The high level arrest did happen as they were long expected to start when the RV was being released. It's giving some names. I won't mention those names at all, by the way. This is supposed to be some high level people. You obviously, if I went over these names, you all will recognize, but I don't know for sure if these people could still be like maybe on house arrest or dealing with wearing a tether. By the way, if they really were, I have no way of personally confirming that. I'm just reading the intel notes from Fleming's update, and I'm relaying it back to you guys. So saying this third sign that we're at the end, he's confirming Mr. Fleming's sources. Okay, I read that about the St. Germain Trust and the Rodriguez Trust. Okay. See if there's anything else. Fourth sign that we are at the end. Mark Z pointed out yesterday and today, Monday through December 28th through the 29th, paymasters, attorneys, and bankers have been moving back into place to be ready for the RV shotgun liquidity start at any time this week. This is slightly unusual during the Christmas to New Year's Eve holiday when most of these people would not come back to their banking centers. Only they did so because they were told to do so by the U.S. Treasury and the bankers in order for them to be ready for start of the liquidity with bond payouts this week by Thursday, Friday, December 31st to January 1st. Bond payouts, which will be part of the funds needed to downstream payouts to Tier 1 through 4A when we in Tier 4B are started. Excuse me. Okay, it's saying fifth sign that we're at the end. He confirmed Mr. Fleming's sources that Wells Fargo family and friends were finally allowed to exchange yesterday and today, Monday through Tuesday, December 28th through the 29th, anticipating Tier 4B start soon. But as Bruce said, they only receive SKRs. That stands for, it's an acronym for safekeeping receipts. Will only have access to their full liquidity when we in Tier 4B start exchanging. That deals with the shotgun release where some of these other people that are on these higher VIP parts of the exchange may not receive all of their funds, or actually their accounts may not be liquid until everyone else starts exchanging, by the way. When you guys have heard that acronym about a shotgun release, by the way, that's what that is related to, by the way. Okay, this intel was pretty long, so I'm going to jump. I'm going to go back to the comment section, the chat section of the video, try to figure out where I left off. So Channing Bryan says, yeah, whatever happened to Mike O'Brien, I'm not sure. Joe on Spencer County says the discharge authority process is now officially referred to as mutual offset credit exchange exemption, discharging corporate debt by accessing the national credit as American state nationals, by the way. Okay, I'm not really familiar with that. It says the discharge authority process is now officially referred to as mutual offset credit exchange exemption, discharging corporate debt by accessing the national credit as American state national. Okay, I'm not familiar with that. Appreciate that intel anyway. Channing Bryan Kelly says, thanks, Dorsey. Yes, we are banks indeed. Thank you for confirming as I was going over that information earlier in this video about the negotiable instruments and how they were blocking that. You can watch it again after this video uploads when I went over high level information, by the way. Sometimes some information I only say for private consultations, by the way. So I went over more details. Kevin Fang says American state nationals are unincorporated people, not legal person. They are a lawful person. Only your state assembly can get you that status, by the way. Okay. There's other ways I am aware of, I've heard, to access it. They've even, some years ago, I received word back in 2014, they changed the process. The Social Security Administration used to have the capability of what I understand of changing your status. By the way, I even told a story some years ago. I didn't understand a clerk, secretary that worked there, by the way, had asked me something, and I didn't know at the time. Had I agreed, that would have actually dealt with changing my status. By the way, I didn't understand what she was talking about. I won't go into that story because I just thought this is something really advanced, and I think it's too sensitive to talk about. Now, I don't necessarily want to empower if there's gatekeepers or minions that don't have good intentions, who are deceitful. Because I warn you guys of this. There's people we've had that's tried to sabotage this information, such as agents, gatekeepers, minions, underlinks, and villains out there. And I went over one in particular that's pretty popular, by the way, that tries to pretend that they're this well-meaning, good-spirited, happy-go-lucky person, and they're not. A lot of these people are very evil. They're sinister, by the way. And they're actually, I had a subscriber that even told me they're connected to Satanism. By the way, some of them, that's out to question. But we have minions out there, so there's some information I'm going to refrain from actually mentioning. I caught myself, by the way. But if you do want to know what I know, you are welcome to set up a private consultation. The information is in the description box with how to do that, by the way, and what my fees are, what I charge. And I also have access to webinars and documents in terms of templates, so I can send additional material and show supporting evidence. By the way, I even have a paperwork dealing with the get out of jail procedure, by the way. But there's some things that's related to the GSA bond. I finished up a presentation, a private consultation, not too long ago. I would say earlier in the month of December last year, that dealt with the GSA bonds that's related to the get out of jail procedure, by the way. But sometimes, you just don't want to be giving or sharing that information with anybody because you don't know a person's, what their intentions are, by the way. But I can break things down and where my level of expertise or my skill set is at, by the way. But I do want to be careful and also warn you guys to just be careful what you share. If you have relatives or friends, sometimes you need to evaluate them and find out where their mindset is at mentally and politically, by the way. Because we have some people that claim they're awake to the truth, but they're not fully awake. And I want to say Trump is more so your ally, by the way. If you're studying redemption, if you're involved with the global currency reset, if you hold in foreign currency, Trump is more your ally versus Biden and Kamala. They're going to try to tax it like crazy. Currency 365 did a video. He's been a big supporter of mine. Big shout out to the work he's doing over at his channel, by the way, so he can back me up on that. He's done videos. So I just want to let you guys know, however you feel, despite politically, however you feel, Trump is more of a good guy, and he's our ally, dealing with the if you're involved with the reset process or redemption education overall. It's the Democrats who are the ones that are causing a lot of trouble. Notice it's funny how they're trying to blame Mitch McConnell and Republicans for holding up the $2,000 stimulus, but Pelosi, we could have at least had two. Remember back before November, even her own constituent, Wolf Blitzer from CNN, who's liberal, who's a leftist like she is, scolded her about that when we could have already had $1,200 stimulus back then, by the way. But they have you forget about that, and they just play this game of back and forth, So just something to keep in mind, by the way. I'm going to finish reading the chats. By the way, Channing Bryant says, Triad Lady is dirt. Yes, I agree. Wade Willington says, just dropped in. What's your take on Iran currency? By the way, I heard it was originally the Iranian rial. What they originally called it a second basket. because there was going to be like a second form of an RV. But the fact that they've stretched this out for so many years and they've delayed this, they've put the second wave they mixed in with the first wave, which I felt was not correct. They've held this up, but because they called it the second offering, and I think because similar to the Zim, originally they intended for that to be in the second basket, but they changed the name to second offering. There was going to be like another second form of a revaluation where the stipulations were going to be different, but they've combined it together. So I think because more people found out about the Rial some years ago, but I heard it made the funds for that, you will be allowed to exchange with your other currencies, but that might be held. They may stall that for whatever reason. I can't say for sure because I did give a disclaimer in this video. However, I have heard intel that may be your funds dealing with, if you are holding Iranian Rial, you may be allowed to exchange your other currencies, but that may be stalled or could have been pushed back to the second. I think they still are going to have a second basket, but they brought the second basket. They call it an offering. They brought it together, by the way. So there's something going on with that. But it's just another, it's like another version of the dinar, by the way. Nothing, no more, no less. When you study the history or know the history behind its resources, dealing with the oil, the resources that country can produce based on major corporations that have influence over there. I did my research, by the way, and I encourage you guys to do the same thing. Just giving you guys an idea, by the way, when you research these type of investments. And I want to say we confirmed some years ago there were banks that did sell the dinar. One of them was Chase Bank. Another, of course, was Fifth Third Bank. I actually spoke to a banker. Was it a summer ago, summer of 2018? By the way, that confirmed to me that that they did, Fifth Third Bank did indeed sell the dinar at one time, by the way. And there's other banks as well, such as Wells Fargo, by the way. So just keep in mind for those that question the validity. There were also brick and mortar exchange locations too. Just going over that information again for those that may question the validity behind, is this type of investment or currency exchange real, by the way. I know that's like old information and you guys hear me harp on that, but there may be some newbies, by the way, who may not be aware of that information, by the way. It's very important. So I see we just got a super chat in here. Rosemary Winning says, keep it up. Appreciate you for the super chat, Rosemary. Thank you. Get to the rest of the comments in here. Says says the state assemblies. Okay. The state assemblies are the original jurisdiction people keep talking about, and it has been vacant since the Civil War. Okay. Kevin Fain says, we are tens of thousands in all 50 states. This is not a conspiracy moment. Maybe you may be meaning, I don't know if that's a typo, if you mean movement. We are reconstructing the unincorporated government of America. Okay, yeah, that's a good thing, because that's where I see from following a lot of stuff that's going on with these election laws, from watching the hearings, when I saw Giuliani come and speak with the witnesses, with Trump's other attorney, Jenna Ellis. He was explaining this. I had a friend that mentioned recently that is a black conservative, by the way. He's more so, I lean more to the right, but I have a friend, he's, more, he understands the philosophy of conservatism, and he's a black conservative. We have debates, on things. I agree with reparations. He disagrees with it, just to show you, but we don't fall out with each other like the left, or don't want to speak to each other like leftist relatives or friends treat you, to show you how superficial they are. We can have honest debates and discussion. But when Giuliani came here, for example, he explained to the state legislatures that they had the authority to appoint their own electors, by the way, if there was fraud going on. And I know the two Republican board canvassers were threatened, by the way. Only reason one of them agreed to certify, she was basically bullied into it, but she had asked the Secretary of State, who was complicit, who's been complicit in a cover-up, to do an investigation of Wayne County, because of the whistleblower and also board canvasser Monica Palmer stated that think 71% of the precincts in Wayne County were in balance, and that's a very high number to certify the election. So it shows you the Democrats are involved in deep, egregious forms of fraud, intimidation, and bully tactics. By the way, so we need people like yourself, Joe, in the state assembly, people who are constitutionalists and understand the Constitution is the supreme law of the land, and connected to common law more so. The statutory government comes out of common law, by the way. And these judges who are not hearing these cases, or state's attorneys that are trying to dismiss this as conspiracy theory, are going against their dereliction of duty, by the way, that are dismissing, and we can clearly see are involved, engaging in this cover up. And you have a right as a citizen through freedom of speech to express your opinions and not to feel bullied or intimidated, by the way, because these are things that happen in communist countries. So it shows you what side the Democrats are really on. They're more so pushing fascism more so than the conservatives are. Republicans are not perfect because some of them swamp creatures have been exposed, like what you see what's going on in Georgia and other places, by the way, and some of the rhinos that haven't been doing their job, that have been connected to the Chinese, by the way. And they're causing issues too. Like I've heard my friend who's a black conservative has been breaking this down, like about Mitch McConnell, that he's saying this one guy calls Cocaine Mitch, that's somehow, I guess, tied to the drug trafficking, and said his wife is of the Chinese or whatever. I don't know if she's part of like the CCP, because they arrested some Chinese communist spies. I heard they arrested a NYPD police officer who was believed to be, I guess, part of that sting operation they're doing, by the way. And Lynn Wood talked about that, I saw in a private interview. So we need more people that do understand the Constitution, the law, the authority. And Pence does have the authority, by the way, to not to disregard those states, by the way, that were caught in fraud. By the way, it clearly states that when you read his authority and how the Constitution was laid out, the rules, because it's funny, when it's in favor of the Democrats, they want to go by the laws and the rules, but when it's not in favor of them, they want to try to change the rules and stuff up, And this is part of having, and if you're going to have a game, it's supposed to be fair. Like if you play basketball, football, or basketball, that's why they have referees. And you have to, the team who scores the most points generally before the end of the game, if it doesn't go to overtime, wins the game. So in terms of election integrity, this is why you have to have these rules in place. But notice it's Democrats who are always the ones, in many cases, that are trying to change the rules up, by the way. So they're fighting a dirtier fight, by the way. Just keep that in mind. Just something to pay attention to is obviously going on in Michigan, because I'm in Michigan. I see it here. I've been seeing the hearings in Georgia and other states, and even hearing about what happened in Pennsylvania, too, by the way. So there is numerous evidence, genuine evidence as to material fact, that election fraud, voter fraud did occur. It's just these judges, they're using plausible deniability. But I did hear there was a judge in Wisconsin that the mainstream media, which has been engaged in propaganda, which I read the definition earlier, intentionally not reporting. There was a judge in Wisconsin that was deciding to hear a case, or the states or instances. There are lawmakers and people who did see evidence of fraud. And there was a guy I heard recently, a friend of mine told me, down in Georgia during the hearings, hacked into the Dominion voting machine in real time to prove that they could be hacked into and manipulated. So they're going to need to, I think, do away with those Dominion machines altogether, or redo the election in all those 5 states that are in dispute, by the way, because of such. The fraud was more egregious because also, too, I want to say, because I'm in Michigan, Hillary Clinton did cheat. Even though Trump only won this state by like 10,000 votes in 2016, they discovered when they did a recount that at one of the precincts, for example, they threw out where she lost votes because many of the precincts were imbalanced. Just like recently, the Republican board canvasser, Monica Palmer, said when they looked in one of the precincts when Hillary was going against Trump back in 2016, they opened a ballot box where it had listed that there were 300, she got 300 votes, but they said they only found 50 votes inside the box or whatever. So there was some manipulation going on. I don't fully understand the process, but I remember this being reported on. And the Secretary of State was supposed to do an investigation at the time. And, they were supposed to lead the charges, but I never saw anything of it because a lot of times they're in on it. By the way, it's similar to stories I've heard that people that study in the sovereign movement or redemption movement, like with Virgo Triad and others, don't talk about is many of these judges or public officials that are involved in misconduct. And I was explaining to a friend about 3 different judges who have been removed for misconduct, by the way, that if you know what you're doing, this is why they took they don't have the legal system, which I think should be taught in elementary school, by the way, because they speak in an entirely different language using legalese. And this gives these people an advantage to manipulate people and cheat and steal and not follow the law when people don't understand the laws or rules to the game that they're playing, that they're manipulating. Because legalese, you can look up the definition of legalese. It's been used to replace plain talk or replace plain English, by the way. I encourage you all to look up the definition of legalese, by the way. Look that up and it will give you, and look up plausible deniability, by the way. When there is clear-cut evidence, and the excuse when I talk to leftists out there that try to say, well, judges shot it down or dismissed it, that said there's no standing, when there actually is standing. What they're doing is using plausible deniability, by the way, where they're ignoring the evidence, and that's actually a form of sedition, by the way, and dereliction. They're going against dereliction of duty, by the way. And because in the Al Gore versus Bush case, Bush was heard. If Trump is not afforded the same ability by our current Supreme Court, who Justice Roberts is compromised, and I hear he does not like Trump, but Justice what's his name, Alito and Clarence Thomas said they would have heard the Texas case, because the Texas case actually did have standing. It was Justice Roberts, because he's the Chief Justice, shot it down. But they're saying that Trump's top attorney mentioned that if they don't allow Trump's case to be heard and evidence to be presented, by the way, that's a violation of Trump's due process of law, by the way, because Bush was afforded the opportunity during the hearings against in that situation with Gore, even though I believe back then Gore actually won Florida, by the way. But that situation, they both were kind of like, I didn't know at the time, 2 heads of the same snake. They both were members of Skull and Bones out of Yale University, that secret society, by the way. Gore was a Democrat, Bush was a Republican. But Jenna Ellis, what she's arguing is that they're supposed to hear that case. If not, then that's a form of treason, that's sedition against the United States, I would say. And there's clear evidence. There's video footage and numerous evidence of voting fraud occurring. Like when that video footage came out in Georgia with the lady Ruby Freeman, I got into a debate with someone. Why did she get lawyered up if if this election was fair and square? If it's fair and square, then do a recount and do a forensic audit of Wayne County. Do a forensic audit in all of these states. But when these lawmakers don't want to do that, they obviously have something to hide. By the way, why is that? If they don't want to do, just simply, you can resolve the problem easily. Just do a recount. And you know why they don't want to do that? Obviously, because they know they cheated, they committed fraud, and they can possibly go to jail. And I hear that could be a possibility down the road if certain things take place, and that carries very serious penalties and very serious criminal charges. By the way, that is not no joke, and I don't even know why people would want to go along with that. By the way, so. Clearly, hold on. That's the ignorant, silly stuff I got to deal with. Sometimes people ringing my doorbell and they're here for somebody else. That's not my problem. But I'm gonna finish reading you guys comments in the chat section. Let me go back here. It says, are they Mary Saunders? Let me go back. If I read that, it says we are 10,000s. Okay, Joe on Spencer County says, very good. I will do that. By the way, I understand your time is valuable and important. I will do that. I am in Kentucky state coordinator, so I realize that time is very valuable these days. Okay. MF Puppy said, your link won't share. Okay. I'm not sure which link you're referring to, MF Puppies. Is that a link that someone previously shared in the chat section? Let me know if there's a link that I can post or try to repost, because what I plan to do was post for you guys alternate video web hosting platforms, by the way, that are growing exponentially, by the way, that I recommend that you guys get on other platforms, by the way. So I'm gonna actually see if I can work on posting that now. I went over that information earlier, by the way. See if I can post at least several of them. Ooh. Okay, let me get these. Copy. I'm gonna post in the chat section. Since I got an error. Oh. Okay. Well, it won't let me post it as of yet. Okay, I'm gonna have to redo it. It says I'm getting an error. Oh, it's someone else. The person who's trying to post the link, it said I tried to show it, but it won't. It's not allowing me. So what you have to do, you may have to take out the hypertext protocol to share the link that you're trying to share. I've noticed when I've tried to do that, and I've been on other live streams. By the way, it won't allow you to do that. So you may have to take out some of the information and just try to find another way to link it. Because I tried to hit show to show the link and it's not allowing me to. Okay. So I'm getting an error. Okay, I'm gonna finish reading you guys. Mary Saunders says, good morning, Mr. Dorsey. Okay, I don't know what it is your time. By the way, it's evening time, my time. By the way, Mary Saunders says, are they saying that they are cleaning up the corrupt first? Yes, that's from what I was reading earlier, by the way, in case you're wondering. It says, what's your take on digital currency? Monjur Smith says, Rosemary Wynn Hilliard, Zim is still, it says it's still a go. Do you know? Okay, yes, I believe so. As I read from the intel earlier, they were waiting. They wanted to, they said non-Zim holders, by the way, they're trying to link it all together. Because I heard that may be when someone asked me about the Iran, which is also called the Iranian Rial. That's the name of their currency. Let me rephrase that. That was intended to be in the second basket. Well, the Zim, I heard many years ago, was intended to be like in the second basket or second offering down the road, and they've combined it together. So they're trying to make it a shotgun release, as I kind of explained earlier. If you go back and watch the video when I was going over the intel, why that is the case, by the way. Way Willington says, if the U.S. goes to battle with Iran, this would hurt Iraq drastically. Shannon Brian Kelly says, why are entrepreneurs so excited to get a home-based business started? I mean, I have one, just saying, our person, okay, that's a question. This is a Q&A session, so that's a good question. Shannon Brian says, why are entrepreneurs saying so excited to get a home-based business started. Well, obviously, because one of the reasons, because of the COVID situation, brick and mortar businesses, especially restaurants and things, haven't been doing too well since they wanted people by law, in many cases illegally, to socially distance. And this is because of the society we're moving into, the technological age, by the way, where tech is taking over. There's a lot of lucrative opportunities. I see a lot of infomercials on YouTube, or commercials in the advertisement sections about people saying that they are making good money doing home-based or businesses like that, by the way. So I think that's obviously one of the reasons many entrepreneurs out there are moving in that direction, by the way, for doing the home-based business type stuff. And it's even things like tied in with cryptocurrency. And as things evolve, by the way, you're going to see more of that because of the technological age we're moving into. Companies also downsize where they're laying off and they're trying to save money, by the way, in the corporate world too. So they have many of their employees work from home anyway. I was told by a relative that's how they even cut costs on their other expenses too. So it says, Kelly says, Dorsey, you should purchase blue light eye protection glasses. By the way, okay. I'm not familiar with that. If you want to explain, purchase blue light eye protection glasses. Let me know what that is, or what's up with that. NC Spaceman says, what is the source of the blue light we need protection from? He says, just saying that the all caps name is the home-based business already. Okay, got you. Well, just for those who are joining, says blue light from your screen. Okay, interesting. I'm not familiar with that, or the other light that's shining. It actually, the other light doesn't bother me, but maybe you mean in terms of my I put the other light, I can put it on kind of the side, by the way, if it's too glary for you guys. Okay, that should be sufficient. So just to give you guys a heads up, I'm your host, John Dorsey. You're watching Dorsey's Resource. The topic of this video I was going over was dealing with the Iraqi dinar, the dong, the rupiah. Is the GCR revaluation close? And this is also Q&A session. So if you have any statements, questions, or concerns, don't hesitate to jump in the chat. I tell people this is the best time to reach me out of the numerous emails that I get. Don't be afraid, whatever's on your mind. I kind of mixed this all together, even though that was the topic, but I can try to answer, or do my level best to answer other questions you have. If you want to support the channel, you can check the description box. Should have a link for PayPal, Cash App. If you like the work that I do, you like what I put out, don't hesitate, by the way. You can also, if you want to know what I know, information, and you like the content that I do and say, hey, I want to know more of what you know, or some documentation or video evidence, you can set up a private consultation with me and I can go over that information if you're interested. By the way, you want to follow me on social media, you can follow me at Facebook on Dorsey's Resource. I'm at Facebook on Twitter. Obviously, I did mention about getting on other platforms. Hopefully, if I can be allowed, I'll try to share the links. If I can. I've gone over. I'm also on Parler, by the way. I set up an account back in November, by the way. And I would say these other platforms don't censor, by the way. They respect freedom of speech, by the way. So it's a reason. And also, in case anything happens to me over here, you guys will have a backup to be able to find me. I'm also on minds.com, by the way. That's M as in Matthew, I as in Icarus, N as in Nancy, D as in dog, S as in Sam, minds.com. That's a good site too. I hear the algorithm is pretty good over there. You have other ones that are popping up like BitChute. You have Brighteon.com. You have band.video is a good site. See if I can post that. So that link, you guys, if you get a chance, band.video is one of Alex Jones's sites, by the way. And he puts out really good updated information. I want to let you guys know I do cross-reference with other sites out there, other platforms, by the way, who put out really good information. Like Brighteon is a good site that Mike Adams, the Health Ranger, who in the past he's actually co-hosted for Alex Jones, by the way. So I just want to put that out there. I'm gonna go over some other ones, hopefully, if I get a chance. We got Currency 365 in the building with the super chat and says Happy New Year, blessings and wealth in 2021. Appreciate you, Currency 365 in the building. If you guys get a chance, go over there, subscribe to his channel as well. He puts out good updates about the reset, the RV, from Foot Forward to Benny, to other people, even updates dealing with what's going on in the government. So if you're really serious and you really want to know what's going on about the Dinar, the RV, or the validity to it, you check channels like ours. We address that topic. He's definitely a good channel. You definitely want to subscribe to that puts out good info. Appreciate you, Currency 365 in the building, family. So to get back to the chat section, to read some of the other comments, said NC Spaceman says, so for many, they must be readers plus have the blue light filter. Okay. Yeah, it says NY Spaceman, those glasses can get expensive. Okay. That's something I have to check into about that. By the way, NC Spaceman says, while those digital currency profits must be through the roof, Currency 65. Yeah. By the way, so just to give you guys a heads up, you guys have any statements, comments, questions, or concerns, now is the time. Don't hesitate to jump in the chat section. By the way, this is like unofficial consultation. I'll try to answer the questions that I can answer. By the way, if you, now is the best time to reach me while I am available. Sometimes I get flooded with emails. I'm on a graveyard shift. I actually got to go in the night. But I intentionally wanted to shoot this video earlier so I had more time to come before you guys to answer questions and give you guys an update pertaining to the reset. Now I'm going to finish going back over some of the information I was reading from before I get ready to wrap things up. So just to give you guys a heads up for those out there watching, if you haven't, don't forget to smash the thumbs up button either, by the way. So, and finishing up, this is from Fleming's update from the 30th. It says, okay, I went over, he said the Chinese billionaire Miles Guo said recently all the intelligence agencies around the world, British, MI5, MI6, Russian, FSB, Israeli Mossad, or that should be KGB, French intel, German intel, etc., all know that Trump, not Biden, will be inaugurated Wednesday, January 20th. He said this is why Biden and his so-called transition team are complaining they are not getting the cooperation they expect, which is good news to all currency holders worldwide. He said, because it means the deep state globalists will not control you and your RV money. His info agrees with Robert David Steele's info that more and more GOP representatives and senators will challenge the election fraud electoral votes at the Wednesday, January 6, 2021 joint session of Congress, and more of GOP-controlled state legislatures will vote now 38-12 that Trump is the legitimate election winner by a landslide of legal votes, by the way. He is also confirming info that the stimulus checks are already accounted to Mnuchin to go out Thursday, Friday, December 31st to January 1st, and I would say past that date, at least $600 per citizen. Hopefully POTUS will find a way to get it up to $2,000 per citizen, which the 2,000 fiasco, that's still being, I guess, going through being held up with the Senate that's dealing with Mitch McConnell, whatever. Don't know how many other senators would be in favor of it that are maybe GOP. By the way, I think I'm in agreements with it. By the way, I think both lawmakers on both sides being Democrat and Republican, it would be a good look for both of them if they could get that 2,000 per citizen pass. Because whether people believe the pandemic is real or not, there's people that have been drastically affected, drastically hurt. So I do think every eligible American does deserve that 2,000. By the way, and I think if the lawmakers, if they gave themselves a raise, and Mitch McConnell, who has a net worth in the millions up there, think about it would be really good for the lawmakers, both Democrats and Republicans, to get that $2,000 passed. But don't know where it'll go. So this is mixed in with the intel that I'm reading from. By the way, Public Intelligence blog editor Robert Steele emailed to colleague, redacted. It says, okay. Okay, I won't read that. The Gateway Pundits. Okay, I'm gonna jump down. He says, to those concerned recently, do not be afraid to use the skeleton trust offered to you at redemption centers when you exchange, redeem. As he and others have said in the past, the skeleton trusts are just empty revocable living trusts, which will protect your redemption proceeds until you and your assigned WM and trust company team change your skeleton trust, your revocable living trust, into an asset protecting irrevocable trust that will suit you, your intergenerational family wealth plan that your it says WM will help you with wealth management. That's what this, because they're shortening these terms up, by the way. So they're talking about when people go, if those out there that believe the redemption centers that are real, because I understand some people are skeptical about it and don't want to do that. But that's why I give a disclaimer. It's up to you guys out there. You all have all the power to do what you decide to do. By the way, just be cautious, by the way, because I heard there's security mechanisms going to be set up. But remember, everyone is responsible for their own affairs. So one has to make that decision. They're talking about when you go, I guess, do your exchange or after the process, and you're in the process of setting up your trust dealing with the RV. This is dealing with your wealth manager that they're going to, I guess, already have skeleton trust prepared. I can't confirm that. So I'm just sharing the intel, relaying it back to you all, by the way. That's what I'm reading from, in case you're wondering, by the way. It says, in no way do you need to provide any provider's trust before the redemption exchange appointments start. Okay. Exchange bankers and staffs will be happy to help you with all your questions about this. He said, this info that the skeleton living revocable trust offered by exchange bankers at your first appointment is recommended and completely safe till you and your wealth managers and trust team change it into your permanent irrevocable asset protecting trust over the first 90 to 120 days after your first redemption appointment. He said he appreciates all prayers over the special ops missions this week for success, for RV liquidity released to bondholders to go as scheduled by this through Thursday, Friday the 31st to January 1st, and that no more broken record deep state half-wit CCP interferences get in the way of the RV release between now and Tier 4B start next week. He said his info is POTUS and DOD are making sure that the war ended now and are using all military resources by land, sea, and air to end it. Okay. So finish reading from that update. I'm going to read some other updates as well. Keep in mind, once again, just to give you guys a heads up, I appreciate you all for joining. I am your host, John Dorsey, doing business as the legal person at Dorsey's Resource. By the way, if you like the content that I put out, don't forget to hit the smash the thumbs up button, like my channel, subscribe. You can follow me on Facebook at Dorsey's Resource. I'm on Twitter at Dorsey's Resource. I'm also on Parler at Dorsey's Resource, and recently created a Rumble account. And I may have down the road, in case anything happened over here, that is another independent backup. I also have a backup channel I forgot to mention that you can see in the name. It's called Dorsey's Resource Channel 2. It was actually supposed to be my main channel over here. I made a mistake with the way I set the channel up. But that channel was supposed to be my main channel. But you can subscribe to my backup channel. So sometimes I put out updates over there similar to a vlog or podcast. by the way, just to give you guys a heads up. So I'm reading the last bit of information dealing with the updates. I also have an update from Dinar recap site, Restore Republic, that I'm going to start reading intel from. And also keep in mind, this is a Q&A session. So once again, appreciate you all for joining. If you have any statements, questions, or concerns, feel free. Don't hesitate to jump in the chat section, and I'll do my level best if I can't answer the question or be of assistance, just putting it out there. So with that being said, in the meantime, I'm going to go to the update from Restored Republic. This is from DinarRecaps.com. It says this is from compiled from for Friday, January 1st, 2021. Now, some of this information may overlap with some of the information I went over. Just keep that in mind, what I read from Fleming's information earlier. But it says, in order to complete the mission and assure safety in the redemption exchange process, the Tier 4B was moved Monday through Wednesday. That's January 4th through the 6th, January 2021. It says, Tier 4B will be given at least 7 to 8 days to do ZIM redemption and exchange foreign currencies at special rates, after which the general public would be notified that they could exchange foreign currencies at the new international rates. This is what it's saying, what I'm reading from. It says, on a Christmas holiday weekend, the old cabal SWIFT global financial system was turned off, and all banks across the globe began functioning under the new transparent quantum financial system. What it's saying, it says on Christmas Day, Friday, December 25th, the same day as the cabal's Nashville RV bombing, the RV release process was officially underway. The St. Germain and Rodriguez Trust started paying out into collateral and bank accounts globally on Friday at midnight PST, December 25th. At 1 p.m. Eastern on Wednesday, December 30th, it said POTUS and the Department of Defense ordered the UST, that stands for U.S. Treasury, to release bond payments over the next 48 hours. That's why I said earlier, Trump is your ally, by the way. According to our military intel contact, this is what this is saying. So it didn't get into the specific name of who this person is, but they're relaying the information, like in a coded way. But showing you that there's action being taken by the president, because it was a video I did a while ago when someone asked me, does Trump play a role or play a part? And I said, yes, he does behind the scenes. So what I just read from will be confirmation. I can read it again. This intel is from Restored Republic from DinarRecaps.com. It says at 1 p.m. Eastern on Wednesday, December 30th, POTUS and the Department of Defense ordered the UST to release bond payments over the next 48 hours. And the bond payments are part of the funding process for the different tiers, from tier 1 through 4B or 1 through 4A, something like that. It says, as soon as we obtain a SafeLink website used to obtain an appointment to exchange/redeem, it will be posted on here and various Dinar websites. They're saying when they receive the SafeLink website, I guess they'll have information about the 800 numbers, by the way. It says, Restore Republic schedule of events according to Charlie Ward. Okay, I'm going to read that next section. Hold on, just bear with me, guys. I'll be right back. Finish reading this info. Okay. Okay, let's see if I read that other intel. Okay, this intel is from Restore Republic, DinarRecaps.com. I'm reading from January 1st, 2021. It's saying Trump was expected to announce a return to the gold-backed dollar, plus 209 nations will begin implementing Nasara/GCR and debt forgiveness, all having placed their gold/asset-backed currencies at a 1-to-1 par with each other. Between now and January 7th, a period of darkness. January 7th to January 17th, a period of enlightenment. This is saying, I don't know what that's in reference So I did hear something about that before. It says January 21st, 2021, the Great Awakening. It's saying what I'm reading from. It's saying March 2021, John F. Kennedy Jr., line 07, indicated that the alliance was planning on election of the new restored republic president and U.S. government officials in March 2021. The election would be transparent, instantaneous, and take place under the new and already tested quantum voting system where U.S. citizens could vote using their own computers or phones. I did hear in March was actually the original inauguration date, that it was actually moved up to January. By the way, there's some history behind that historically. I don't know all the details, but I just learned that information. I didn't know that until very recently from following other intel providers from other independent media platforms. That's why I say it's important, guys, to get on other video web hosting platforms that have independent media that is not putting out propaganda information, because the problem is that I read this definition earlier. You have PolitiFact, CNN, MSNBC, New York Times, Washington Post, others putting out a lot of propaganda sometimes to fit a narrative. And the definition of propaganda is biased, misleading information used to promote or publicize a particular political cause or point of view. So you want to be able to think independently. They use this as a tactic of indoctrination and brainwashing. And CNN and MSNBC are egregiously engaged in this behavior, as well as the mainstream media. Something when you read like Yahoo News that's running through the Associated Press, a lot of times you see something negative every day. Is Trump this, Trump that, by the way. So you want to make sure you're getting accurate, quality information. By the way, see if the light is still helping you guys out. By the way, so once again, in case you guys are just now joining or watching, this is also a Q&A session. If you guys have any questions, statements, or concerns, despite the topic that I'm going over, I added Q&A in, so don't hesitate to jump in. Any statements, questions, or concerns in the chat section. By the way, you're more than welcome. I'm going to get back to finish reading the update, and then I'm going to go back to the chat section to finish up. By the way, so it says a tweet put out by Cat says they're saying the QFS system. I'm just going to paraphrase. They're saying it's unhackable, but I can't confirm that. It's supposed to be a lot safer than the SWIFT system. By the way, it says December 30th, our military contact gave 5 signs of the RV release. I actually read that, I remember, in the other update I just recently gave, so I'll skip that part. Says, okay, let's see if there's any more updates. It says the Great Reset. The real issue is lawfulness versus or lawlessness. Okay, this is posted from December 20th by Juan07. Says the real issue is lawfulness or lawlessness. There's an elite faction around the world and here in America that believe they are entitled to rule over not just the American people, but people all over the world. This was not terrorists, some remote people from caves in Afghanistan that did this event. This was a cabal thing. This was an insider thing. In fact, one of the things President Trump said back during the campaign, before he's done, we will know exactly who brought these buildings down. We're not done. We're far from done. They're saying and giving us intel. It says this is a group of globalists who are trying to manage our psyche, our actions, and interactions at a planetary level to control the fate of the world so that they own the future. They got all the money, all the power. They got everything. It's still not enough. And they're saying why? Question mark. It says, because at the end of the day, they are Satanists. They're worshiping their god Baal, worshipped by the Canaanites, fertility deity Moloch, Canaanite god associated with child sacrifice. And they're willing to sacrifice anything, anybody. They're mad. They're completely mad, as the devil himself is insane. It's a criminal insanity. This is what this is saying. This is talking about the cabal. the cabal is, basically tried to sabotage this RV for years, but use it for negative purposes. When you hear about the Great Reset, they want to use it for negative purposes, by the way. And that's why Biden and Kamala, they're agents of the CCP. They're tied in with the deep state heavily. I had, and don't take my word for it, but one of the guys who came out as a whistleblower when Project Veritas, the investigative journalist, uncovered and talked about that incident. I don't remember how many years ago it was that happened with Planned Parenthood, where they were selling baby parts and they had undercover footage. One of the guys involved in that incident stated that he was specifically targeted by Kamala Harris, that she went to a specific group, Planned Parenthood in California, and had them, this individual, I guess others, targeted. So when you try to expose crime, they said Eric Snowden put out a tweet or statement, said that when you try to expose a crime and you're being treated as a criminal for exposing the crime, that you're being ruled by criminals. So that's why I can tell you. And I heard Kamala Harris, she was also responsible for locking a lot of black men up when she was a state's attorney many years ago. And there was a couple guys that were brothers of black men, could have been freed on DNA evidence, and she blocked that from going through. So and some of them may have been facing death row, by the way. And, Biden supported the 1994 crime bill, had deep ties with the racists, by the way, Strom Thurmond, and also eulogized the funeral of the former Ku Klux Klan member, Senator Robert Byrd, who former President Obama was also at that ceremony, by the way. And the Clintons gave major praise to. And Senator Robert Byrd was a member of the Ku Klux Klan, by the way. So what they don't tell you is the Democratic Party, they always accuse Trump of being racist, but the Democratic Party had strong ties to the KKK and was even responsible for the Jim Crow laws, by the way, were implemented by the Democratic Party. That doesn't get talked about. So I encourage everyone to look up the history. It was always the Democrats, you will learn historically, were the ones causing trouble. After blacks were slaves through the Emancipation Proclamation, after Abraham Lincoln, who was a Republican, by the way, freed the slaves, Democrats were the ones historically that tried to re-enslave black people. And they also created the black codes, by the way. So not only did Democrats vote for the Jim Crow laws, the legislation, and created the Ku Klux Klan, they also implemented the black codes. And I found out the state of Mississippi even implemented their own black codes. So the Democratic Party was behind that, by the way. Joe Biden was also good friends with plantation owner James Eastland, by the way, who was a former senator of Mississippi. And the New York Times, by the way, I want to correct them, tried to lie and say he was a Republican. No, he was a Democrat. Years ago, when you study the history, the Democrats ruled the South area. They were responsible for burning down Tulsa, Oklahoma in 1921, which was known as Black Wall Street, by the way. That was done by Democrats. I was only able to find one article. So the Democratic Party, which is represented by Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, was responsible for these activities. So if they can go back 10 years on someone's Twitter profile because of something they said, because the leftist party, they're taken over by the leftists, by the way. If they can go back 10 years on someone's Twitter profile, I think by the things that we just mentioned, we can go back 50, over 100 years on the Democratic Party and expose their treasonous crimes that they've committed. So when they like to point the finger and say, oh, it's the conservatives, always the Republicans, I encourage everyone, it is important to examine the Democratic Party and the things that they have done. They are not completely innocent, and if not, have caused more atrocities historically versus the conservative side. That's why you do have a lot of black people who are conservatives and are Trump supporters, because they know their real history. Even though myself, I'm not a registered voter, by the way. I just have to give my disclaimer. So technically, I'm not being paid by neither. This is several different copies by neither administration, but I've studied history, and I have friends that I cross-reference information, and I have a friend that's also studied political science, economics, and history. I have 3 friends that are equivalent of 5-star historians, by the way. So when I don't have the expertise to provide validity, I make sure I do my research. So when I relay information back to you guys, I'm just sharing that. That's why I mentioned Trump is the better option. Some may say lesser of two evils, but Trump is the better option overall. And I do believe he should be the president sworn in again once all this fraud is exposed, and the results should be overturned, because the mainstream media has been very complicit in egregious criminal activities, by the way. And I hear some other things may take place that I won't go into details about, by the way. You know, I did give a disclaimer, so these are my opinions, but I'm just going over some of the things that I've studied in relation to this information dealing with the cabal that has ties, that is using more so the Democratic Party to bring us into socialism/communism. So to recap, the cabal's plan: stage 1 was the chemtrails with smart dust nanoparticles. Stage 2 was vaccines with microchips, lowering the immune system, causing sterility, infertility. Stage 3 is 5G with 440 hertz of causing our thoughts to create chaos and pain. Stage 4 is FEMA camp and body bag disposal. Remember some years ago, Jesse Ventura, former governor, by the way, who had a show on True TV, did an episode with Alex Jones where they exposed the FEMA coffins. I was down somewhere down south. I think that might have been in Georgia. By the way, he went over that information, by the way. So there is evidence on that, by the way. It says China has a deep state plan. The same deep state that we have in England is saying it's basically worldwide. So there's people that may wonder, what is the deep state? And I'll kind of give you guys an idea, by the way. Now, I'm not saying all the people. I met the guy, the author of this book, some years ago when my mother took me to a Bible Prophecy Club meeting. William Shinoblin autographed the original book that I have. So this is a repurchased version, because the original version I let somebody borrow and I never got it back, by the way. But this is how I learned independently, doing my own research about the Masons. And this is how they use people in society from different fraternities and sororities to spy on people. But there's a good side and there's a bad side. So you have some Masons who live by the book, which I think is supposed to be the more righteous religious side. But you have other Masons and Eastern Stars who live by the sword. That's like the evil side, or the Baphomet side. Just like the universe has a maximum of law, so is above, so is below. But a lot of the cabal members, this balance is supposed to be restored. So some are with the alliance. Sometimes you may not know, but to get an idea, before a lot of people become judges, lawyers, they're pledged or they join fraternities, secret societies. A friend of mine actually put me up on this, especially judges, by the way. So this is why it's not a coincidence why you have many public officials who are sold out, who are taking money from China, because many of them are club members, and there are other different secret societies, not just from the Masons. There's different chapters. You not only have Prince Hall, Scottish Rite, York Rite, Ancient, Free, and Accepted. It's so many different, even variations of female chapters of Sisters of Osiris, Eastern Star, Sisters of Light, etc., worldwide, by the way. But you have, I think it needs to be transparent. When this information is not transparent, they're able to easily use people, by the way, for their hidden agendas. And this is how they have a network. For example, I got in a situation in my job some years ago where I had a coworker that snitched on me, that told him I was doing YouTube videos, by the way. Now, they didn't know at first when I had to meet with them. And it's believed to be, I believe this coworker, so-called, coworker, was posing as a friend at first, but was a Mason, by the way, which they turn around behind my back and spy. This is how they spy on people. And he told another coworker or whatever, and because I'm not part of the network, but they didn't know, I've studied this independently. I'm a very intelligent person, by the way, and I can pick up other spirits. I'm an empath, by the way. I have certain skill sets and abilities I've developed throughout the years and doing independent investigative research, by the way, and networking with people behind the scenes, by the way, who have special talent, special skill sets. I've been able to detect this. But this is to kind of give you guys an example. There's people out here who are working for evil, and they know they are, so just keep in mind, I'm not saying that all members of this organization are bad on both sides. You have the female side, that's the women when you study historically, but you have to keep an eye out because that's how they're able to pass intel, because you won't know when they're using secret hand language or gestures or scratching their face, or you notice things if they're trying to communicate with another fellow craftsman or person that's part of their order, by the way. But this is what's going on. The problem is they're allowing their buddies to get off, and they've been committing a lot of corruption within Washington. By the way, that's where a lot of the swamp lives at, by the way. And, you know, there's a protest coming up on January 6th, and they're advising a lot of, you know, Trump people to be out there. I heard that it was hotels closing intentionally to try to sabotage protesters from coming in and show you the level that the cabal is willing to go to, because, see, they want power. The problem is they don't, certain groups at the top don't legitimately deserve power because they don't have integrity. You need leaders of people. Trump has more integrity, not saying he's perfect versus Biden and Kamala, but you need leaders that have integrity when you know the things, because, see, the mainstream media is covering for Biden and Kamala, by the way, behind the scenes. They're not telling you all the egregious fraud, like with Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden. Not only that, but the Uranium One incident scandal from years ago that Obama had to approve when they was selling uranium to the Ukrainian and the Russian people. Because oftentimes what the Democrats accuse their counterparts of, or their opponent, is they're oftentimes guilty of. You like remember Eric Snowden was a whistleblower when they were involved in that NSA spying, Operation Prism, by the way. So we've had whistleblowers. This is not, I'm not snitching. We've had whistleblowers and people come out with information that have exposed this. I'm just relaying it back to you guys from an educational standpoint to connect the dots and watch and analyze everyone around you, you know. But you need to, these people that don't have integrity, a lot of times they did research and did studies. They have deep ties with the Democratic Party. Now, there is a lot of members of Republicans, I heard, that are part of the swamp as well. And that's why, you know, you may hear about that. And some of you all know when you do hear about the left-right paradigm, and some say that they're two heads of the same snake. I've heard that argument. But the difference is Trump is an outsider. See, he's a businessman, by the way. These other politicians were lifetime politicians or career politicians. They've been in power a while. So you have to ask, a lot of times these politicians went into office poor, but they came out super rich. Now, what did they accomplish? And did they genuinely help people? And some say they call them grifters, like similar to Colin Kaepernick and Patrice Cullors with Black Lives Matter. Is a portion of that money going to help the Black community? What does Black Lives Matter? What did they really accomplish with the George Floyd riots? What did they do? You know, a portion of that money, when she inked a $50 million deal with Warner Brothers, and Colin Kaepernick got a deal not only with Nike, got a big lawsuit with the NFL. You know what I'm saying? What really got accomplished? You have to ask that question. When you need more fathers in a Black household, for example. So I agree, yes, Black lives should matter, but I disagree with the organization, and they want to break apart the family structure, by the way. And they're not telling you about these other insidious things that they're pushing, and Democrats will champion other causes, by the way, but because they know a certain portion of Black people don't study political science and economics or know the history of the Democratic Party, so they take advantage of Black people. So I would say to white people out there listening, do your best to try to wake your Black friends up, by the way, and just giving you guys intel. This is how they've been getting away with this brainwashing for years, and they're using the mainstream media. But there is an awakening that is occurring, and hopefully more will really wake up and see the light. But I wanted to give you guys an understanding and going over to give you guys who the deep state is. And there's another book that I have. Actually, several, by the way. Well, this is Codex Magica. This goes over the symbols. As you can still see, I still leave the sticker on. When I purchased this one, Borders Books used to be open, a brick and mortar location. This is the author, Tex Mars. So this will give you an inside look. If you're wondering who is the deep state, by the way, because some people think the media, when the mainstream media gets a hold of information, they try to just easily write stuff off and dismiss it as a conspiracy theory. No, this is not a conspiracy theory. This is not propaganda. This is actual evidence, but you have to do the research to cross-reference, by the way. Here's another book I recommend. This is a must-have in your library, Bloodlines of the Illuminati. Now, this book will also give you an idea, by the way, of how their infrastructure is run. This is the author, Fritz Springmeier, by the way. But this book will give you an idea of the families and who they are, or how they operate. And there may be more. But this was some good, well put together research, by the way, and ties with those documentaries I mentioned to watch. If you can still watch free on YouTube, look up Monopoly Man and Money Masters. I'm gonna see if I can type it in, if I can find them. One of them myself, by the way. See if I can find. Because what YouTube has tried to do, they've tried to also hide these documentaries. Okay, here's one of them. And this is really long, but a friend of mine whose name I won't say, I appreciate, some years ago, he put me up on this documentary. He said I need to sit down and watch this. I posted the link in the chat section, the area where the chat section is at. So you guys click on that link. That is a must-watch documentary. Will tie in with the information in this book. So you have video evidence and footage. You have already documented researchers and people, investigators and whistleblowers who worked. Some have worked in government. Fritz Springmeier went to a military school, by the way, went to West Point. So just to give you, this information is not anything new to people who are aware of this, but I'm helping you guys connect the dots. This will tie into the banking system to give you a better idea of who they are, by the way. And this is why this is a must-have in your library. And this book complements this book as well. This book shows you the symbols and gestures, what I kind of talked about earlier, between this organization right here. So this is documented evidence, by the way. There's already whistleblowers, researchers, so they can't call this a conspiracy theory. There's a such thing as a conspiracy fact that's already happened, or conspiracy reality, when I'm doing this video in real time. These are actual books, by the way, that show you documented names, evidence that people have already researched, put together in libraries and in other ways. You also have David Icke. This was an excellent book. If you wanted about the human trafficking, the child sacrifices and stuff like that. This book, this is what he looks like. I have two of his other books, by the way, and this book really opened my eyes and helped wake me up about the adrenochrome, stuff like that, by the way, that has like documented testimonies from actual witnesses, survivors, whistleblowers, etc. By the way, so there is already evidence out there. So when the media, oftentimes you have to think, why are they always trying to dismiss stuff and just write it off and say, oh, that's a baseless conspiracy theory? Or they try to say, oh, that's not true. It's nothing over there, because they don't want the left hand to know what the right hand is doing. You know, you have to watch that. Let's see if I can get this light over. So you have to question everything and that's why I give a disclaimer to do your own homework and research of the information that I'm going over, by the way. Please do your own homework and research of the information I'm going over, because it will give you an eye opener. You will be blown away. But there's books, there's other books out here that I have as well. I'm trying to think of some others. There's other books that go into different areas as well. Taking a look to see. Okay, I don't really have. There's one I brought out right here. Now remember, Jesse Ventura had a show. This shows you how the government also declassifies information. He was a former governor of Minnesota at one time. He was also was in the show WWF Wrestling, World Wrestling Federation, years ago, before they had to change the name or whatever, dealing with the lawsuit with the World Wildlife Organization. but he was also a former Navy SEAL. And this is a good book to show you there's facts, there's evidence and things that have already occurred. There's things that have already happened, by the way. Just the camera. So that's to give you guys an idea when I read about the deep state. So I'm going to read some of you guys' comments in the chat section. It says, Dorsey, how come no one ever votes for the Constitutional Party? That's a good question, because generally they've got it, control locked up between the left-right paradigm. By the way, it's pretty self-explanatory when you read into it, because kind of what I'm going over to answer your question. If you read in between the lines of what I'm saying to answer your question from the chat section, Shannon says, why can't we use ID theft protection services in regards to our name fraud? I did hear some people were using that. I don't know how that's going. I don't see why not. But there's different strategies. Keep in mind when it comes to redemption education, there's different processes in how one would exit the matrix or how one would become a national. There isn't just one way, they say, to skin a cat. There's different pathways. And there's things that may have changed, like with the one source was mentioning about the General Assembly earlier. By the way, I'm curious about that information. I was aware of that site. So I would have to find out, more details, but I do know for sure there are different processes. And from years ago, there was another way, other ways to protect yourself. And there's some things that I share privately. If individuals would have to set up a private consultation to find that out. I've shared that with multiple people that have set up a private consultation that have asked me about the so-called straw man thing. I can go more in depth, or how some other ways, methods that you have that can help protect you. Some people wonder if the do not detain list is real, by the way. And there's ways to achieve that, by the way. But depends on how you're doing commerce, how you're operating too. Just giving you guys a clue. It says, Channing Bryan says, do you have to take the vaccine to have your debts forgiven? No, but the cabal, if they get their way, they're trying to make it like that, though. You shouldn't have to, but that's why when I was reading the information with the reset, when they call this the Great Reset, versus when I was hearing years ago about the global currency reset, see, they want to hijack it and use it for corrupt purposes because they have nefarious intentions. Bill Gates, Dr. Fauci, who was connected to the AIDS thing years ago, Dr. Burps, they're using it. They want to use it with the World Health Organization that's tied in with the UN. They're using it. They would like to use it for corrupt purposes. That's why I said you got to study. You got to study this book. This gets into the bloodlines, like the aristocratic nobility. Like if you heard what the prince said overseas, by the way. And this book as well. This is very important to get familiarized with the symbols. Palm Mom says, God bless you, Johnny. Okay. Read that comment. NC Spaceman says, all levels of government, media, education, corporations are infiltrated by Chinese communists or their minions. It's ridiculous. In the end, may mean only military tribunals can fix it. Yes, I agree. NC Spaceman, yes, because it's definitely sedition. It's treasonous that these lawyers and judges, not all, you have some good ones, because the mainstream media, I heard there was an update from Wisconsin. I don't know all the details from it, and they've tried to downplay Georgia, even egregiously downplay all the evidence. But I heard a judge went through with one of the cases, or hearing the case, and it maybe even in Pennsylvania, despite the other operatives, with them shooting it down, because there is actually clear-cut evidence. Like here in Michigan, for example, you had the state attorney, for example, Dana Nessel, trying to threaten, say, even innocent citizens. This one group, Big League Politics or whatever, saying you have, through as a private citizen, freedom of speech. So what are they trying to cover up? If this was a legitimate election, we want to know that the votes were valid, by the way. Why can't you do a forensic audit? Because I heard they were supposed to investigate Livonia, which I guess is within Wayne County. For example, the clerk, Kathy M. Garrett, she's the head of the clerk of the city of Detroit. She was subpoenaed, by the way. And I saw this on a local news. So the local news, which is also pushes propaganda at Channel 4, which is WDIV. I think I bookmarked the article. By the way, I should have it. Her and another city clerk of Livonia, that's just like a suburban city, which I guess is within Wayne County, which Wayne County encompasses Detroit. They both were subpoenaed, by the way, and I think they have to answer sometime this month, by the way, as far as how they handled their election. So where there's smoke, there's fire. They're threatening the lady who came out as a whistleblower from Dominion. I don't know her name offhand, but she spoke at the hearings and has been interviewed by private whistleblowers. They threatened the two Republican board canvassers. I heard they just caught one lady who threatened Monica Palmer, by the way. I heard the police were investigating that, but we have to ask the question, why didn't the Attorney General jump on that right away? Because the governor, Gretchen Whitmer, is always talking about the conservatives playing partisan politics, but you can clearly see they're playing partisan politics when it came to this voting thing. So why is it, it's not being equally fair? So there's obviously a cover up. And I can clearly see that, even though I'm not a registered voter. I don't vote. I canceled it back in 2004. That's just me personally. I'm in a different category than everybody else, by the way. I'm in a different tax bracket. I'm not the same category, by the way. Like there's a saying, there's different strokes for different folks. But I'm just saying, I donated $10 to Obama's campaign back in 2008, by the way. So I was a Democrat at one time. I voted for Gore back in 2000 when we saw that fiasco happen with the whole Bush thing when it came down to Florida. So I witnessed that incident when that went on some years ago. That was my first time I was actually happy to be, voting, because they have you, the way they indoctrinate you on the public side, they make you happy to feel like you're doing something great until you really wake up to the truth. I myself, my experience is different from younger people generally, even some people who are older, because a lot of people have been brainwashed to drink the Kool-Aid, by the way, and they don't know, the real truth. But I'm just giving you guys some background. So they threatened the two Republican board canvassers, William Hartman, Monica Palmer, who they weren't originally, remember, going to certify Wayne County because they said reported over 71% of the precincts were imbalanced, by the way. Remember, I also found out it's a misdemeanor for them to put up at the TCF Center cardboard over the glass windows, by the way. That was a misdemeanor crime they committed. I was heard about recently, by the way. So that was illegal. Even if they were going to practice social distancing, after they kicked the people out, they still didn't want them to see through the glass. So this is egregiously, they were seriously trying to hide, obviously trying to cover something up. But there was reports of people still saw it, like the lady that worked for Dominion, when she mentioned they were putting ballots through the machines multiple times, running through. And then you had voting stopped in the middle of the night, election night. Trump had a big lead even at 2 a.m. Then the dump started to happen. People reported around 3:30 a.m., 4 a.m. I was up that night because I work a night shift, by the way, me and my coworker. And it's been reports that trucks showed up from a city clerk's office in Wayne County, from Kathy M. Garrett. She's they have their name over the clerk's office. So there was reports. There were security vehicles that showed up. There was even a guy, a poll worker, or a poll watchman, may have been one of the two. I don't know exactly. That was at the TCF Center. I did give a disclaimer, so don't quote me on it. But these are whistleblowers that came out that spoke at the hearings. He stated that he asked about, was the machines hooked up to the internet, the voting machines, because they said they're not supposed to be hooked up to the internet, just like down in Georgia. And he said he looked and he pulled up the the network connection and saw these different networks, and he pointed out one he believed to be connected or going to the machines or whatever. He pointed out, when you watch the hearings, you will see all the evidence and stuff. If you're unbiased and you follow, it's obvious indication this happened. A guy in Arizona that had former military experience worked in informal warfare. His credentials, me and my friend said he was like a real life or modern day special ops or James Bond. We were like, damn, with all his credentials. So there was clearly evidence. There's genuine evidence as to material fact that election fraud did occur in Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Nevada, multiple reports even before the elections. You had postal workers coming out as whistleblowers. So telling people they were told to backdate ballots. Remember the whistleblowers that contacted Project Veritas. You also had another whistleblower where he was moving ballots behind state lines, across state lines. And once he found out, he didn't know at first, he was being used, and that's illegal. And he came out as a whistleblower. And there was, I think Epoch Times or whatever, one of their reporters was able to get footage. They were able to raise the camera up after they tried to cover up, if they were moving the ballots, trying to hide it. He was able to lift the camera up and show. They even found in Cobb County, Georgia, it was people that saw Trump ballots being shredded, by the way. And they want us to believe that this was a valid election and say there's nothing over here and dismiss it as a baseless conspiracy theory. No, they're full of shit. Mama, I wasn't born yesterday. Mama didn't raise no fool. You know, dogs and cats must be able to fly, and just started to talk. Or newborn babies can speak fluent Chinese, Japanese, and the sky must be pink. Yeah, you think I'm gonna really believe that? Believe the mainstream MSNBC, CNN, PolitiFact? No, they're full of it. So no, they're pushing propaganda. There is major evidence of fraud. And it's to the point that they're so desperate that they gotta threaten people to be quiet, where they say even private citizens. No, you know, that's why I started a Rumble account, just in case they try to shut me down or things happen over here. I'm just saying, just on standby. I've been going along with the rules and everything. I haven't gotten the community guideline strikes, but I have heard YouTube has removed channels without warning. They did that to Mike Adams, the health ranger, who started his own site called Brighteon, by the way, which I'm gonna post. I said I was gonna do this. By the way, see if it'll let me post this in here. In case, just to give you guys a heads up, I'm gonna post this in the chat section. But you want to subscribe, create an account. And many of these sites I'm sharing, you just have to create a username, password. But it's good in case you know, things happen, or let's say if Facebook or Twitter lose the lawsuits or whatever. I heard they can get broken up. You'll have a backup. And some of your favorite content creators that have already left YouTube, and some of them are already building momentum on platforms. Library, Odyssey, Rumble is gaining momentum. Parler, they've already left. Minds.com, Gab.ai, BitChute, by the way. These other, you got a number of platforms I can't even keep up anymore. You got another one called MeWe I'm gonna check out, that I think Lisa Haven, I found out from her channel. It's called MeWe, and I hear they're really big about privacy, where people can enjoy social media and still be private, where their information is not being sold. What Google is doing behind the scenes and selling people's information, by the way. So you have other alternate web hosting platforms, by the way. I'm going to mention, there's another one. Here's another backup, by the way. That's Alex Jones's other backup site. Now, I want to say, if you had questions about the vaccines and stuff, despite how they call him a conspiracy theorist, because I got into a debate with someone recently who commented maybe on a previous video that said Alex Jones is controlled opposition. And I'm gonna tell you, these people always, they never show a real face. If you want to have a debate with me, let's set up a debate face to face on Zoom or something privately, or Skype. If I'm not telling the truth, by the way, you know, just something to keep in mind. But the information, I've been a listener to InfoWars for some years, and he puts out valid information. He has top sources. I've seen numerous guests from all different backgrounds. I've seen he's interviewed rappers and people, etc. And, you know, he has some of the best. So you're going to get some of the best quality information versus watching CNN, the programming from CNN and MSNBC. I'm telling you, there's a lot of propaganda over there with Joy Reid and CNN with Cuomo and all of those people, Don Lemonhead and the others, Anderson Cooper. You're getting a lot of propaganda. They're not going to give you. They're going to just dismiss. They always say the fraud that happened in these states. They dismiss it as baseless conspiracy theory, and they say these other terms. But there is clear evidence, and there's independent media that you can subscribe to. I encourage you guys and everyone to get on. By the way, so I kind of got off track a little bit too. Before I get back to the chat section, I'm going to finish, see if I went over all the rest of the information. But I wanted you guys to have a clear understanding of the deep state. Their intent is to control the entire world. China is just a puppet of the same deep state crooks that are operating behind the scenes. These are high-level elite people on the evil side, by the way, on the Sith Lord side. By the way, these are minions of the dark side that don't have good intentions. They have lower-level people that answer to them, by the way, underlinks, by the way, henchmen. They're villains. President Trump himself has said that when he was approached and asked to run for POTUS, the military intel folks that are not seen or acknowledged when they approached him from that sentinel position, he accepted the invitation and did so willingly. He went to his family and said, look, here's the situation. They say his family agreed. Remember, as I said to your listeners the other day and to a number of our friends, all the bets that I'm on are based on April 1st, 2021. Says March 20th, I mentioned this earlier, was the original inauguration date. The president has a lot of power. We're in a state of national emergency right now. Cheyenne Mountain is closed up tighter than a drum. They said NORAD, that's the North American Aerospace Defense Command. That's what NORAD stands for. I never really remembered, but I see this in here from the notes that I'm reading. This is from Dinar Recaps from Restored Republic, by the way. Says we're in the midst of a war, and one of the things that goes out the door is when you're in war is the strategies change and morph as you go. You have to go with what's happening on the field of battle. The biggest unknown all through this is the education of the American people, the maturing of the American people through this series of events to understand what's been done against them, how this plot has played out against them. Juan 07 says March 20th is the hard date. The original inaugural date was March 20th. We're in a national emergency. He said, okay, that was declared back at the beginning of the whole COVID thing, by the way. Says the president's not going there with martial law. Okay, one source I'm reading from is, I guess, is saying the machine that wants to take over America, that has captured the Democratic Party, that has captured the CIA, MI5, and MI6, the FBI, Mossad, all of these various intelligence operations that are really just security operations for global cabals, the 13 Phoenician demon bloodline families. This is what this is saying. I'm reading from. This is from DinarRecaps.com. I'm just relaying the information back to you guys. By the way, it says you do what you have to do. You cannot stop short of total victory. There is no middle ground. It says there is no next election. If you let them steal this one, you will never get another chance. I said that before in some of my previous videos, numerous times. This is it. One friend of mine has said, talked about Trump in 2024. I said, no, if Trump just conceded, there would not be a 2024. I promise you, you will never have a fair election again. Even if Hillary, if she had won in 2016, I believe, you will still have elections. And quoting, rest in peace to Larry, what Larry Nichols said, who used to work for them, was a good friend of them years ago. He said, he was interviewed by Alex Jones. He said, I promise you, if Hillary had got in 2016, you have elections, all right. But I bet you none of this stuff about the Dominion machines, none of this stuff will be, it's out in the open now. They've been cheating. Democrats they've been stealing elections for years, by the way. I didn't even know this even goes back to Kennedy, but I guess in his favor that the mafia helped him beat Richard Nixon at the time, which is interesting. I think it worked out. Kennedy turned out to be he was a good president. Sadly, he was assassinated. Of course, many of you already know the story, but I didn't know that this apparatus, went back. I knew it went back far, but I didn't know it was involved even with that situation. By the way, so this is what this is saying. You have to get justice now. It's saying by whatever means necessary. And that is exactly what the president will do. He will not dither. He will not allow these people to get away with this. He will use the power that is his rightful authoritative power in the guidelines of the Constitution to protect the American people, to do justice, to do right. At this critical moment, you can take that to the bank. It's saying. It looked like they had a typo. Okay, yep. So I'm in agreement with it. Sadly, unfortunately, I feel a lot of my people are brainwashed. They're drinking the Kool-Aid, especially a lot of my own women of my race, sadly, and they're trying to use a lot of our own Black people, African Americans, to be manipulated. By the way, that's why Democrats constantly push the narrative of racism all the time. I'm not saying you have bad things, injustices that do happen or occur, but that's also a strategy that's used to divisively divide people, because they don't want Black people networking with white people waking up. Like with young Pharaoh, big kudos to where he's networked. And I did interview with Charlie Ward, David Steele, James O'Keefe with Project Veritas, because they want to try to use the propaganda to keep Black people on the plantation brainwashed. That's why so many of the women, they're still drinking the Kool-Aid. We need more people to step up and really help wake minorities, people up. And this, I listened to a call some years ago where a Hispanic woman called in on Alex Jones's show, and she stated some years ago she was trying to do all she could to wake the Hispanic population up. It was sad, but they used the same tactics, with other groups. But this is a fight that's going to determine where our future is going. By the way, I just noticed, I didn't know. I see we got a super chat in from Galactic Soul. I just scrolled down. Appreciate you, Galactic Soul. Appreciate the super chat. She's saying, is the GCR close? I do, honestly, I think it is more so than ever. But I think, as I said previously, that it appears as though that it won't happen until they get the arrest out the way, because they said they don't want the cabal people basically interfering, which they've been for years sabotaging the innocent. Look, they only wanted to give people $600 stimulus checks, by the way. So can you imagine that these lawmakers, some of them answer to these I'm speaking of the evil ones behind the scenes, by the way. So I think I heard we probably won't see that, but I think it's a lot closer. I know it's closer, by the way. It's just a matter of time. It's going through a process, because I have heard previously they don't necessarily want people to know the dates and the rates they want it to roll out. But I do believe they use astrology and things. Well, I know, so I shouldn't say I believe. I know they use astrology, and they may have their own secret timeline or plan when as far as what specific date they want to implement this as well. But things have been pushed back in years past. So it is an evolving situation. I would think that we're closer than ever. That's what it appears to be. But I'm always optimistic. I don't, I'm just relaying the intel. But I know there's people out there, there's platforms. Thanks to Currency 365, big kudos to the work he's doing as far as other intel providers that are trying their level best. Because I know people, not just myself, but many people out there and newbies have been frustrated with waiting for this for years, because I've been knowing about this since 2006, by the way. I even had a friend say this takes a long time for a country like Iraq to revalue. He said that's a real long time. And he knew about it before I did. He knew about it since 2003, by the way. I didn't find out until 2006. And then I didn't make my first purchase until the early part of 2011, by the way. So, we'll see. So I'm gonna get back to the chat. Let me see how much more I have to read. By the way, okay, Monday the 28th. Okay, we got a little bit more. I'm gonna jump to the chat section to acknowledge you guys real quick. Then I'm gonna jump back to finish up reading the notes up, and I'm gonna wrap things up hopefully and shut things down, by the way. Okay, it says you do have. Okay, Channing Bryan says, why can't we use ID theft protection services in regards to our name fraud? Okay, I answered that. I think I answered that earlier. You can use that. I don't know of anybody that's got experience utilizing that. Channing Bryan Kelly says, do you have to take the COVID vaccine to have your debts forgiven? I think I answered that. You shouldn't have to, but that's what the cabal, I read that earlier. That's what the cabal is trying to do, by the way. NC Spaceman says all levels of government, media, education, corporations are infiltrated by Chinese communists or their minions. It's ridiculous. In the end may mean military/tribunal. Yep, I read that. Okay, Red Dawn says movie real life China's military is on the Canadian border. Okay, I've heard about that. Maybe. Yes, there's some truth. There's some validity to that. NC Spaceman says at the Georgia Senate fraud hearing that proved live the internet connection to Dominion, and he can prove the fraud with the access to the paper ballots. Yes, my friend told me about that yesterday, but I didn't know. As a friend of mine, he called me before New Year's. He told me, I think earlier in the day, and he called me again, and I didn't understand. I said, wow. He said he was amazed at whoever that guy was that did that. So there's obviously clear-cut evidence. There's not only video proof, but there's someone who demonstrated that the machines could be hacked and manipulated in real time. And then remember, the state attorney, I believe, even in this state, when they found Antrim County, I forgot, had flipped votes from Trump to Biden, and that was just one county. They didn't even check or do a forensic audit of Wayne County or the other counties that were using Dominion voting machines or Smartmatic, by the way. That I remember the state's attorney, I heard she didn't want to allow those machines to be forensically investigated. So as the governor would say, that's practicing partisan politics, and that's troubling. By the way, that's very troubling that this is a massive covert operation. This is a cover-up. And this is, you want to know who the deep state are. I went over this information earlier. To get these books to understand how these cabal, these club members. Now, there's other or secret societies other than this group. There's the Shriners. There's the Knight Templars. There's higher up, Club of Rome, and these organizations. When keep in mind, to give you a background, when politicians become club members, by the way, and they're making secret deals with the CCP, Chinese Communist Party. But not saying all that belong to this organization, but there's other secret societies, and they use. I found out all sororities and fraternities fall up under the craft. That's why you can be a member of the craft and you can belong to those other fraternities or sororities, but you can't vice versa for them. You're supposed to only belong. You can get kicked out of a chapter if they find out. Like if you are a Sigma and you're an Alpha, you're already Alpha, or whatever. They have rules. But if you're a member of the Masons, you can still belong. You can still be an Alpha, or you could be an Alpha and a Sigma, by the way. I looked into this years ago when I was in college, and I had some frat brothers I was going to pledge, but I didn't understand it at the time, about these groups until I started doing investigative research, because what this is affecting innocent people who are not being made aware of being used as cattle sometimes, or sheep, and are being taken advantage of, by the way. Like I had a former landlord when I studied, there was a show called America's Book of Secrets. By the way, it's a good show a friend of mine put me up on. And they illustrated how motorcycle gangs, different gangs, how they kind of had a format of like secret societies. And some of the members, the way it would work, someone real high up in the gang would belong to this organization. And they would be feeding information to someone real higher up than them, maybe a billionaire. And the person could be overseas or whatever. When you study the inner workings, that's how they're able to have these secret networks and snitching and spying on people. They're the actual snitches and spies, by the way. You know what I'm saying? The ones that, but keep in mind, it's two sides. There's a good, you have ones they say that live by the book and ones that live by the sword. So there's some that are with the alliance that are on the good side, but then there's others that you have to question that are with the cabal, by the way. And the same goes for the women that are Eastern Stars or belong to some of these other high-level secret societies. And you have to study this book. These run parallel with understanding the connection, the top versus the bottom, the pecking order, the chain of command, how some people are born into this, the bloodlines, and some people were initiated through their families through, what do you call that? My friend mentions it quite a bit through, I want to say nepotism is one word. That's another term, by the way. But this book is an eye-opener, and this book as well, Codex Magica by Tex Mars, by the way. They all complement each other. Very important. This book, some years ago, once again, you need to connect the pieces. When I went over this, or when I learned about this organization, one of his other books, previous books that I have, it may have been this book as well, helped me connect the pieces that about this organization. I learned about it independently, knowing, but I also had friends, people, I would say private sources, by the way. And I was going through a process where I was going to pledge some years ago, not only from a separate fraternity when I was in college, I was going to go through the Sigmas, but because they controlled the campus that I attended some years ago. I didn't understand this stuff at the time. The guy who was at the time, who was like my mentor, was trying to initiate me at the college that I attended, which was originally Detroit College of Business. And then they got purchased by Davenport. It was, I think, is another chapter that came and took over, where sometimes different fraternities might move, or they might have to renew their charter or whatever, something like that. Maybe in another fraternity might come in or win the bid or whatever to, I guess, be at that university or location. But he was telling me this stuff that he wanted me to join this other organization, but the way he was selling it to me was, he was saying for business purposes, it was a business fraternity. Well, it was called sci-fi or something like that. He said before people become a Sigma, they join that. So it was like another lower level initiate fraternity to introduce you, to get you acclimated. So I didn't understand. So as I got older and I started learning this more, and I was hearing about this Illuminati stuff, and we had guys around the city, people who were making these DVDs and stuff like that. And I was hearing these people talk about, because I didn't always know this information. I didn't come out my mother's womb knowing this information. I had to connect the pieces. That's why I encourage you guys to brainstorm and think, by the way. And his book, it talked about the guy Oral Roberts from Oral Roberts University. What's that guy? Pat Robertson from the 700 Club. The guy that died, Paul Crouch from TBN, Trinity Broadcasting Network, who quietly behind the scenes, I heard Tex Mars exposed in a paper that he played for the same team. Tex Mars used to have a paper where he exposed this information, and he talked about Paul Crouch. That's Trinity Broadcasting. It was a Christian broadcasting station that would air on a cable station. You know, Comcast many years ago, before Comcast came in the city of Detroit, you had historically, it was barred in cable. He sold it to Comcast. He didn't want to go up against the competition because Comcast was a super conglomerate. He was a black man. He was the owner. But that's a whole nother story. But they had a station called Trinity Broadcasting Network, because I grew up Christian. So one of my relatives watched that station. So when I learned David Icke had these whistleblowers and witnesses, when I read his books, this book helps complement. I can't remember which one. I'm gonna have to go over it. But I have two of his other books, by the way. I'm gonna pull them out so you guys can see. This is the first book that I purchased from him right here, called The Biggest Secret. And then, as you can see, this one's worn. This one dealt with 9/11. So, well, he helped me connect the dots dealing with this organization from reading his book that there's some white guys I was friends with, some Caucasian guys on my original Facebook some years ago, and they was talking about this Illuminati stuff. We started connecting the pieces because Ike mentioned how Jesse Jackson was a 33rd degree Freemason, and others were saying allegedly were involved in Martin Luther King's assassination because King went against the establishment, the order. That's why when I hear people say that Trump is establishment, I say that's a bunch of BS. Why would they be trying to take him out or remove him if he was established? They would be trying to protect him, or whatever. Or he wouldn't be vilified that way. They're doing a character assassination campaign. So I started finding out from reading David Icke's book that all these people, from Pat Robertson, who was a Christian, Oral Roberts, Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, and all these people had connections and ties to these different fraternal organizations. So that's how we have spies amongst us. I'm giving you guys some heavy secrecy. I'm gonna reveal more information because this is a threat to people who belong to this organization and are not having integrity. And this goes for women too, who are Eastern Stars or belong to, there's other chapters that's not being transparent because it's causing harm to innocent people. But I'm gonna wake sure I wake as many people up as possible because you're supposed to be operating. I had a friend who belonged to this organization. And he said they're supposed to be righteous, but he lived by the book. But I learned from reading Ike's book. This is how I learned about this information. So I'm giving you guys the skill sets, the tools, and explaining how I woke up. And I shared this with some white guys that I met, and they were awakened, and they were like blown away. And this is what they use, the same initiation tactics in Hollywood, the music industry. They've infiltrated a lot of different things. It's even believed to be LeBron James is a traveling man. Allegedly, I don't know for sure, but it's a lot. And that's how they should secretly spy. Because if you don't know what the secret symbols are, which this book goes over, or the necklaces or medallions that they wear, if you don't know how to identify that type of stuff, then you can be used innocently as a pawn, or you can get caught up in a situation. So that's why it's not righteous, the part that's not transparent. So everything needs to be brought forth. And that's where we need accountability. And the problem we have with the U.S. American government and the DC swamp, it's a lot of members that belong to, it's different organizations, not just this one, but different secret societies. You have different chapters. You have even overseas, and then they have memberships with the Council on Foreign Relations, the Trilateral Commission. You have Skull and Bones out of Yale University, by the way. There's numerous others, Club of Rome, Bilderberg group, the Davos group, which is connected to the World Economic Forum. So you see, you connect the dots, you know what I'm saying? When you don't have righteous, good people that are lobbying on your behalf, and you have swamp creatures, people who are pledged to these organizations and they're causing harm. And remember, they've been pledged to keep their mouth shut as a secret. Some people are afraid. Like I had one friend years ago I confronted about this, and he actually admitted to me at the time. He said, yeah, this is connected to this Illuminati stuff, but he didn't like to talk about it. He was trying to recruit me at the time, but I was contemplating many years ago. I didn't go through any official initiation, but this is how I learned. I just read, I connected the dots, which anybody could do. This is public information. They used to sell his book at Borders Books. I bought it out of Dearborn, Michigan at the time when Borders was a brick and mortar store. You even had it sold at Barnes and Noble. I think some Barnes and Noble brick and mortar locations are still open. They may have taken over, but some of these books that I'm showing, you can find at Barnes and Noble, by the way. That's why I left the stickers on there, by the way. Like on here, by the way, this used to be a bookstore. So I used to go there and just, my aunt told me many years ago when I was a child, she said I was inquisitive, and I remain that way because I wanted to get to the bottom of things. I want to know the truth. I don't like to be lied to. Like I said, I didn't come out my mother's womb yesterday when all these outlets are trying to dismiss and say there's no evidence of voter fraud. They're full of it. They're full of crap. There is major evidence, but what it's letting me know is showing me who's pledged or probably part of these secret societies or organizations that have infiltrated and are trying to recruit sometimes good people who unsuspectingly are giving their undivine loyalty to these people. They need to be exposed because they need to know what side you're on. I don't have a problem. I don't micromanage what a person does, but I should know or be aware so I'm not getting caught up in your crap or whatever, something that person's doing, if they're players, because that's bringing you into their mess. You see, like with these child sex trafficking rings. So that's why they try to set up a nature of corruption. When I had this guy, his former coworker, was sending me these nude photos and stuff, you know, and I told some other people about it. And I even had another coworker that told him at the time and told me, said, you really shouldn't be doing that, because I learned from a friend of mine that said they're trying to corrupt you so they can have some dirt on you. And it's also a way how they can infiltrate feds, like with this militia, these guys that they arrested in Michigan or whatever, that they said were plotting to kidnap the governor. They said they sent Fed agents in, and that's how they infiltrated them, because a lot of times they'll send an implant in unsuspectingly and try to infiltrate the person. I know this video is public, but so I don't control who sees my YouTube channel, but I'm putting this all on a level where this is a level playing field where people can do their own research and evaluate what I'm going over. I've been thanked by numerous subscribers and people that said I've helped them wake them up. But I'm really going more in depth to help you guys connect the dots, to show you how deep this goes. And there's other channels. I'm not the only one who knows about this information. I would say there's millions, thousands, if not millions of people who know about the Illuminati, because I had a friend of mine who's afraid to use that word or say that term at one time. It was more, but it's like a common household term now. But it's like, what do you need to be afraid? It's thousands of people that know about this group that have studied these same books. You know, Ike was a millionaire based off his books. When Jesse Ventura interviewed him some years ago, they kind of bumped heads, but they mentioned that, which I didn't even know at the time. But they started blocking David Icke from doing speaking tours in other countries because he was exposing this information. Like, they were stopping him from going to Australia because he was also waking people up dealing with the vaccines. He was exposing the globalists, and they don't want that because they want to keep people brainwashed and indoctrinated and programmed. They want to dumb people down. So just going over that, there's resources out there, by the way, and that's how I learned about this organization, because I started connecting the dots. And then a friend of mine recently told me that Al Sharpton worked with the FBI to take down not only a local black-owned brother who he owned several franchises. He owned a Pizza Hut, Burger King. His name was LeVan Hawkins, by the way. They said Al Sharpton wore the wiretap, worked with the FBI, and I found out many years ago that Al Sharpton worked to take down Assata Shakur. I just learned that recently. I said, whoa, I didn't even know that. He's connecting some hellified pieces, that Al Sharpton has major connections to the feds, by the way. So that he would be more controlled opposition to Alex Jones, by the way, is Al Sharpton, by what I just explained, because my friend just told me recently. I didn't even know that. So Al Sharpton worked to take down a Black Liberation Army years ago. I guess I didn't even know that. I guess that's the group that was connected when they rescued, or when Assata Shakur fled the U.S. So my information, I want you guys to know I'm very well studied in my regard. I don't know everything. I'm not a know-it-all. I do my research, but it's important to brainstorm and evaluate. And I did give a disclaimer for those out there to do their own homework and make their assessment, because the evil cabal at the very top, the people that's connected to Bill Gates and Dr. Fauci, they're putting on a surface that they're good people. They're really the mean-spirited, wicked people. It's not Trump. It's people out there way worse than him. If you think he's bad, I'm just saying he's the better option versus Biden and Kamala. You think Biden and Kamala are better? They're wolves in sheep's clothing, more so than Trump. When you look at the history of the Democrats, and you can compare the two, but I can only present the evidence. But I've been studying this for years now. I have experience, and I went over this book. If you're gonna try to debunk or negate what I'm saying, then don't hide behind a fake account. Let's debate, have it one-on-one, so I can see your face and see who you are, by the way, because you're getting a live person that shows I'm credible. The other people that are hiding behind these fake YouTube channels and not showing a real face, they're not credible, by the way. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just putting it out there. So I'm gonna finish reading the rest of the comments and the other section dealing with the update, by the way, and I'm gonna shut things down. But I appreciate you guys rocking with me so far. Says, let me scroll down. Said, I don't know if I read that already. says blue light causes from your computer screen. It causes eye strain. It says, and many such glasses do not work. Okay. Scroll down. It says, so far, many they must be readers plus have. Okay. Did I go over that already? That's talking about the glasses. NC Spaceman says, wow, those digital currency profits must be. Okay. I read that. It says, okay, I read that comment. See, I get lost. I have to kind of find where you guys were at when I read you guys' comments. It says Red Dawn Military. Someone posted a link. NC Spaceman posted, says this is the expert at the GA fraud hearing. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna see if I can copy and paste that. I'm gonna post the link and I'm gonna bookmark it. Thanks, NC Spaceman. Appreciate it. Okay, yep. Let's make sure that's pulling up so I can bookmark this. That. Appreciate it. I'm gonna bookmark that in my so I put this in important news files. I don't like to scroll because I have a bookmark folder is long how I had to scroll down sometimes, but I appreciate that NC Spaceman, that link that you posted. Shannon Brian Kelly said, do you know you can consume gold? It is fascinatingly good for the brain. I've heard of that before, but I'm not aware of it. I heard they even opened up at one time, they had a KFC that was temporarily selling it gold sprinkles on top of the chicken. Well, so I don't know what was going on with that in New York some years ago. That was announced. So I have heard of that before, but I don't have enough data on that, Channing, to support that, by the way. But that's some good intel. If you have more information or data to support that or back that up, how one will go about doing that, I wouldn't mind knowing. You could shoot me an email or after the video's uploaded, or even in the chat if you want to share, if you have some information like resources that can explain how one could go about doing that. You know, because first question people will want to know, is it going to be safe, and what quantities and stuff like that for health reasons, by the way. Wapika El Ube says, Dorsey, did you know that Obama stated black has no standing at law? What does that mean? The word means Pale and Anglo-Saxon dictionary, as well as the 1928 Noah Webster dictionary. I heard of that before. I am aware, I did hear, Wapika, that is a form of a status that's deals with status correction. Because I was listening to a call of a brother in the Black Manosphere, that's like where they talk about dating relationships. I was listening to BGS was debating a guy some years ago about that, and I think BGS wasn't understanding. I knew what the guy was talking about. He was trying to explain to BGS about the early definitions between black and white, but there's a play on the words, by the way, and how they used it. But at one time it dealt with the status, by the way. So I would have to look more into that. Not fully aware, but I know it has something to do with the status correction that's related to the redemption stuff, by the way. So I am familiar with that. So big shout out to Galactic Soul in the building, says greetings Dorsey and everyone, thank you for joining. NC Spaceman says, I think it could be targeted so that those who actually lost their income to this scandemic could get more than 2,000, and those who lost nothing would get nothing. Okay, yeah, I agree. From the intel that I went over, that's why I heard they pushed the reset back for security purposes. The QFS system is supposed to be more secure, allegedly, than the SWIFT system. That was part of the original plan in the beginning, by the way. Wapika El Lube says, we need to identify ourselves as what we really are: American Indians, indigenous Aboriginal of these lands. Black/African American is part of the indoctrination of the U.S. corporation. Yes, I agree. There's so many layers upon layers when it comes to the sovereignty and exiting the matrix and changing one's status, by the way. You bring up some good points. I'm in agreements, but the problem is that you have the elites, that certain ones that are hiding the information too, and then they're using the banking system as a weapon because it costs a lot of money to file the paperwork. And the biggest grievance I've heard from speaking to other people is they mentioned there's the problem with coming up with the finances to file the paperwork. By the way, it can be expensive and trying to keep up, and that's being done intentionally. Says Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you as well. Appreciate you, by the way. NC Spaceman says there's really no evidence that the blue light glasses help, said Amir Masen, MD, PhD, assistant professor, Ruiz Department of Ophthalmology and Visual Science, UT's Health McGovern Medical School. Okay, wow. Okay, let's get into the article saying yellow light is more harmful than blue. They posted a link debunking the blue light glasses claims to focus proven eye issues. Article body. Galactic Soul says, okay, I answered that earlier about the RV. NC Spaceman says, feel like it. NC Spaceman says, if Biden doesn't get in to cancel it, Channing Byron says, Young Pharaoh, yup. So you know about Young Pharaoh, that's what's up. NC Spaceman says, thumbs up. Byron Bow says, what organization are you in? I don't belong, to answer your question, Byron. I'm not, I don't belong to any organizations. What I was going over earlier to answer your question, in case you're wondering, by the way, is I was explaining the research that I did, because I have been asked that in the past. Only groups I had belonged to was a couple Facebook groups, because I had a friend that deals with the emergency preparedness discipline, by the way. Now, the mainstream media or news would try to call it doomsday or prep and survival to make it seem negative, but it's actually emergency preparedness. It's the more proper professional term. And there were some Black nationalist groups that he dealt with, or they were more Black nationalist leaning, or so-called pro-Black, by the way. I had belonged to two of those. It was pretty fun. We did recreational activities and things prior to COVID. There weren't as many activities after COVID hit, by the way. But I don't belong to any official secret societies. I don't have a card carrying membership, as they say. But I've done investigative research. And many years ago, when I was in college, I was considering pledging to these groups until I woke up to the truth and found out what was really going on, and skeptical that I want to make a better evaluation. I did attend a private event some years ago. However, there's some things that happened. This video isn't really geared towards that, but there's like not really no official, I would say, like an ID or photo that was taken for that group or that organization. And that was more so private. That wasn't on the public statutory side. So saying that to answer your question, Byron, I'm not part of any organizations. NC Spaceman says, who, me? Byron says, no, Dorsey. NC Spaceman says, RGR, because I'm a nobody. How about you? Okay. Galactic Soul says, have you seen the updated list of executions and arrests? No, I have not, Galactic Soul. If you don't mind, if you want to shoot me an email, because I know who you are. I appreciate the info. If you do have info, I wouldn't mind checking that out. I had another subscriber sent me some info related to Jerry Epstein. Is it Jeffrey Epstein or Jerry Epstein? Something like that. Was involved with that show. A lot of these famous people. I was surprised, by the way, that was tied in with that. By the way, so no, I'm interested. Channing Brian Kelly says no one needs to join a goofy lodge. Just use the Google or DuckDuckGo. Day says Byron Bo says I'm in a small fraternity, but it was only at the school that I went to. You probably never heard of it. Okay, that's what's up. I'm not knocking you. Some people, there can be good intentions. It's good. What I like about the secret societies, the organization, is you do have camaraderie. But we also, those of us who are awake, I think we need to network with each other, because the cabal, the evil bloodlines at the top that are with this group, remember they use this group. They control this group, because remember there's other organizations or fraternities that are higher up in the pecking order, higher than this group. I found out I had a friend who was part of this group that told me privately that the Shriners had higher authority. He wanted to be a Shriner, by the way. So understand that's the people at the top. So those of us who are awake, we need the people that are genuinely, for patriots, for truth, liberty. And that can be pro-Blacks, Black nationalists too, like Young Pharaoh, because Young Pharaoh understands that the cabal is trying to use Black people. They're trying to brainwash with the propaganda from the media. That's why they always pushing Biden and Kamala, and black people been voting Democrat since the 60s. But prior to that, most black people were Republican, by the way, because they understood their history of the Democratic's connection to creating the KKK, to creating the Jim Crow laws, the black codes. Even in the state of Mississippi, I found out they created their own black codes. Democrats were responsible for trying to re-enslave black people after Abraham Lincoln freed the black people. Republicans were the abolitionists who fought to end slavery, by the way. So it's a lot of history. They weren't perfect, by the way, but the Republicans overall, when you understand the history, they were genuinely, there's pros and cons. There's, when you get into politics, I do understand when people bring up the left-right paradigm. So I'm not saying that all the people that are part of these secret societies are bad. You have some that are on the good side. That's the alliance. And that's the side Trump is actually with, the alliance, which is worldwide. Look up Leo Zagami, by the way. He's with the alliance, the good side. Leo Zagami has a book. He came out some years ago. You guys remember the old YouTube when they tried to kidnap his kids, because he exposed the Masons, the chapter overseas in Europe or at the Vatican. And he exposed, there was another guy, a black guy years ago that went by a channel named Road Runner or something like that. I don't know if he's still around, but he helped expose a lot of information dealing with the secret society. So what started happening is some of the awakening people, they networked, and Leo Zagami used to be on Facebook, by the way, some years ago. He has a book out and he's been interviewed by Alex Jones. Alex Jones has actually traveled over to Europe and has met with them privately, because the alliance is on a worldwide scale. Because the cabal, they want to create a one world government. That's the secret plan, but they want to use it and they want to murder people. That's what they're using this COVID, this vaccine. They don't have it set up for good intentions. They trying to hurt us. By the way, they've been murdering people in the hospitals. They've been lying about the numbers. This affects everybody. Remember, they put it on the Georgia Guidestones, by the way. You can look up, which Ted Turner is behind, and he's a billionaire, by the way. And he's one of the guys in the boardrooms that forced the rappers, black men, to rap about corrupt things to sabotage our culture and our community. That they had, where I heard the word that Snoop Dogg wanted to do conscious music years ago. A lot of people don't know that Snoop Dogg used to sing in a choir years ago and actually has ties to Michigan. By the way, I know a guy that worked with Snoop Dogg's father. He told me, he gave me the okay. He worked with his father, by the way, privately. I think Snoop Dogg's father's name was Vernell or something like that. I won't say where they worked together, but he met Snoop Dogg before and told me. But I found out from another source that I had that actually some of the rappers, that's why Snoop Dogg still tries to do activism and cares, but they can only do so much, because they basically, when they had to take these oaths, but some of them had good intentions, but they were forced by the higher up board directors who were part of the bloodlines, by the way, real high up, that control this group, that are higher up. So this is the group right here you get to be worried about, that you'll learn about if you have this book. They control this group, like big bank take little bank. So when they can compromise people, they can use people to sabotage or hurt other people and use them as minions. So that's what I'm saying. You're going to be careful where you have ties to and question in terms of your integrity. By the way, but it's you have good factions out there that are trying to say this is about humanity. I heard Kanye West is on the side of the good side, by the way. He's since exited, woken up to the matrix. Elon Musk is another, that this is about the bigger plan, because the globalists, the ruling class elite, who are the Illuminati, where Illuminati is like an umbrella term that's comprised of many different bloodline families, aristocratic nobility, members of secret societies, very wealthy. They want to bring us into a one world government, but they want to use it for corrupt purposes. They have nefarious intentions. They don't have our best interest at heart, by the way. So they will use these groups like these people, but you need these people can stand up against them. By the way, you have millions, whistleblowers, people who are part of this organization. How do you think I learned some of the intel I received from people who are part of this group? but they woke up because they see the bigger picture of humanity. They're like, no, I'm not going along with this fraud. Like some of the people I just named that want to save humanity. You see, that's where a lot of people are not understanding, by the way. So Galactic Soul says absolutely. And she says they chart the stars. Yep, that is true. NC Spaceman says RGR, where's the list of execs and arrests at this point? I believe them when I see them. Yes, that is true. I understand that they said there's like over still 100,000 sealed indictments, by the way. And that may not be, there's a timeline for that to occur, but they are in a real contentious fight against the cabal that will stop at nothing, that wants total domination, that wants absolute power. Remember, there's a saying, power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. And that's what Kamala Harris, she's a power seeker. She's power driven. Remember during the Brett Kavanaugh hearings, when Lindsey Graham said that this is not about Christine Blasey Ford being raped, which they made the story up because they didn't want Justice Brett Kavanaugh to be confirmed, even though he's was a Bush appointee, and he's kind of like a limited hangout, like similar to William Barr. Good overall, but just like Amy Coney Barrett, she's connected to the Koch brothers, by the way. But because the left is unhinged, they didn't want him to get confirmed, so they had these women come up with these fake allegations. They all dropped the charges because they were about to get hit with felony perjury, which is a very serious criminal offense, by the way. But Lindsey Graham, remember, he made a statement and said, this is not about the rape or compassion for Christine Blasey Ford. He said, this is about power, and I hope you all never get it. And remember who was one of the main people pushing that, and that was a real conspiracy at the time, was Kamala Harris, because Brett Kavanaugh, they said there was no evidence whatsoever. They created these people just like they did Justice Clarence Thomas years ago when they didn't want him to get confirmed, and they brought the lady in, so they do this, these operations. But remember, these people, they're using the Democratic Party and they want power, by the way. And they've been using these, it's coming out now, they've been using these voting machines to cheat Dominion and Smartmatic. So we see now, and then there's evidence by what just happened recently where the guy hacked the machines in real time. And then you've seen other fraud where the lady was on footage, Ruby Freeman down in Georgia. Why did she get lawyered up, for example? If it was no fraud, if this was a valid election, all you simply have to do is just do a forensic audit. Why are you making it difficult for people? Just simply do an audit. If Biden won fair and square, if this was a legitimate election, by the way, that's all. But, obviously, they don't want to do that because they have something maybe to hide, but they want to tell you it's nothing to see over here. Yeah, I believe it that when dogs and cats can fly and can talk, newborn babies can speak fluent Japanese and Chinese. Yeah, I'm gonna believe that like the sky is pink. I don't buy it. It's clear evidence. Once again, so I'm gonna get ready to wrap things up. By the way, it's almost that time. Andre Butler says MLK was Prince Hall. I wouldn't be surprised. I know he was part of some fraternity. He went to Morehouse. They put that in the movie some years ago at the end. They put in symbolism. It was a movie called Stump the Yard, by the way. So they put different symbolisms and stuff in movies, by the way, where they went through a whole list. The guy that was like a dancer, he worked at the college or whatever. I won't spoil the film for you, but they put some of the symbolism towards the end. They showed famous people who were part of these fraternities and sororities, by the way. Because some of the colleges, they have like, display rooms and stuff that show, these different connections. To answer I see your statement, Andre. Raphael Trella says Dr. Fauci has been indicted already. Okay, very interesting. Celia Gonzalez says, good evening, everyone. Happy New Year. NC Spaceman says overdue. He is behind the whole HIV/AIDS scandemic. Says Andre Butler says also MLK was a member of Alpha Phi Alpha. Okay, yep, that's the name of it. So, yep, you're right. NC Spaceman says thumbs up. Wapika Ilu Elbay says all you have to do is fax a SF 181. That's a government document that identifies as that. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can put that in my notes. I'm gonna copy and paste that. To my additional notes section. Appreciate the info though. Let me blow this up. Ooh. Copy and paste. Ooh, boy. Let's see here. Okay. Appreciate that info, Wapika. Says this message is held for review. I'm gonna put show. I'm getting an error. Somebody who posted a link. You may have to try NC man. You may have to try to repost it. I'm trying to click show, but it's not letting me. It says error. Just to give you a heads up, and I'm getting ready to shut things down a little bit. Shannon Brian Kelly says, "Whoa, President LBJ is a bad man. I heard LBJ say I'll have those N-words voting Democrat for 200 years." Yes, you are correct. Yep, that's pretty known, by the way. I did it a previous video talking about it, and I had a subscriber that texted me or asked me about the validity. So see, by you posting that, this helps show in case she watches or happens to catch the video. She can see, I'm not the only one. I don't just spew stuff off the top of the head. That was pretty documented. I think now with the new search engines, Yahoo and Google is trying to hide that information too, because they have revitalized the search engines to cover that information up. I even had a former coworker that was more on the left side, left-leaning Democrat, who mentioned he was aware of that, by the way. Keisha Earth, Keisha in the building, appreciate you. Says Happy New Year, prosperity and blessings throughout. Appreciate you, Keisha. Thank you for joining. Peter Roberts says, will Iraq Dinar RV in March? Maybe, it's just still speculation. Michael Ray says they're all actors, every public figure. Peter Roberts says Coney Barrett to Illuminati. Okay. Yeah, I heard she was appointed by that Trump has these advisors, but many of his advisors are, halfway limited hangouts or compromise. So when he wins brownie points when he appoints them, but he should have got, if he was more politically aware, he should have picked his own justices, because she had ties to the Koch brothers, and I heard she supported the mask or whatever when she was a judge in whatever district she came from, out of Illinois or whatever. When I was listening to another lawyer who was giving a breakdown in an interview, by the way, who was mentioning about her background. That's why I get good information is from Alex Jones Infowars Band.video, by the way, which I'm gonna repost the link. You guys want to get a chance, support Alex over there. Don't believe the hype, the propaganda. Even if you don't agree, doesn't mean that you have to co-sign everything he says, or when you agree, you have to totally agree with the person politically. But he is providing genuine intel with the cabal. I've been a listener for years, and it's people who say that stuff. I see someone just posted he's an actor, but I disagree with that. For at least from my perspective, and comparing to other people that have platforms that are independent media organizations and content creators out there, he's given accurate information. I've saw personally that's come to pass and been accurate and right on target with information he reports on, especially in comparison to MSNBC and CNN, by the way. But one has to do their own homework and research. I can't convince one. I can only just share the message, what is being relayed. Peter Roberts says, well, okay, I read that. Michael Ray says they're all actors, every public figure. Okay. LBJ comment feels like HRC's love of Robert Byrd, late Ohio U.S. Senator of high up KKK infamy. Okay, I didn't know he was senator out of Ohio. Okay, by the way, if that is true, I thought he was maybe West Virginia. NC Spaceman, but good comment. Michael Ray says WV Senate. I'm not sure what you mean, but the WV, what you mean by that, says brother, what do you think of John F. Kennedy Jr. being alive? I have heard that before. I was always said, I told a subscriber that I spoke to privately, who was a Trump supporter a while ago, that he mentioned that to me. I said I'm 50-50 on that. I don't know if that's true from what I saw years ago, but once again, you can't always believe what you see. But it would be amazing if it is valid. But I'm wondering what did they do with the body and everything? Because it was alleged that he died in a plane crash some years ago, as I watched on the news when they were looking for the wreckage. By the way, that me and my mother actually watched that, but I didn't come to the understanding how years later, because of what happened with his father, and he kind of, they told, my mother even used to tell me a lot many years ago, that they told after the assassination of him and his brother Robert, they asked for no more Kennedys to run for president, by the way. So I think I was aware. I listened to another YouTuber down in Florida who mentions that his grandchildren or some of the children are aware of some things. But I wouldn't be surprised if it is possible. It would be amazing, but I would have no way of verifying or trying to present the validity. So I won't get into that, because then that gives the mainstream media an excuse to say, if I was somebody really famous or popular, say Dorsey's pushing a conspiracy theory. I have no way of validating that, but I say I'm 50-50 on it, because anything is possible. It's a possibility. With, people I've heard, fake their deaths. That is a possibility. But from what it appeared to me, I wouldn't have no idea how they went about doing it. But I am aware of secret government facilities that has been confirmed. Things like that are real. Jesse Ventura, when he had his show, he exposed things like that, by the way. And I showed this book earlier. Remember, he used to have a show on True TV. I would download or get access or order that whole series if you could. It was very educational from some years ago, called Conspiracy Theory. But it really went over some really action-packed, high-powered information, by the way. But it would be amazing that, if he was still alive. NC Spacing says, Roger, that West Virginia was Bird. Okay. Michael Ray says Alex Jones is an actor. Okay. Michael Ray says he's not independent. He works out of a major Austin, Texas studio. By the way, I'm not aware of that, Michael Ray. However, from being a listener of his show for a number of years and purchasing his products and evaluating, by the way, maybe his media, parts of his media network, but InfoWars, by the way, I watched that have been under attack by other major mainstream media outlets, by the way, very powerful outlets that receive big funding from, like the big tech giants. I know he doesn't, by the way. So I've heard all these things. I could debunk that validity, but I can't prove it. Plus, I don't know you. I haven't met you. If you want to have a debate over it, I can't see you, just the avatar. A lot of times, not saying that there's some validity to what you're saying, but Alex Jones has never come off to me like that. And I've been a listener of a number of years. I've purchased books from his website, but I disagree with that, him being a shill. And I would have to know you personally to see who you have ties with, because a lot of times people who say that type of stuff, I have to see what your background and get a better understanding. Are you saying that out of being biased, or I had a friend who sent me videos of that tried to say that, but I disagree. I don't see the evidence behind that. By the way, I was able to tie in a particular group, organization he had connections with, that was a Christian organization. But other than that, he's not. I disagree with him being a shield, or what they call a not limited hangout. What is this person I got into a debate with said recently? They said that Alex was a controlled opposition. I disagree with that, because if that was the case, he would be protected, like similar to Glenn Beck and Michael Moore. And I can go into more detail how they have connections with the mainstream media, by the way, major connections. So that's why I think, you know, purchasing his product and evaluating his news reports in comparison to the mainstream media, and his website is separate where you can read the articles and you can cross-reference. I've even seen when I watch Band.video, which I shared the link, and I encourage all my subscribers, those who have an open mind, to do that. His information is valid. I have researched it because I am comparing notes. I've seen things he's mentioned come to pass. I've seen the accuracy, and with showing the books earlier, when you're someone that is just coming from hiding behind, you know, just a name or account, and I can't see a real face, or I don't know any background about you, I disagree. Well, we can agree to disagree, but from what I've seen personally, and I've evaluated, and I check his site just like I check other sites. I check the local news. I want to see what articles I read. I do honestly read the articles, and I can pick things apart. I can break things down to the purest form, by the way, and compare notes. I have not seen that from Alex Jones. I've seen accuracy, and I've cross-referenced information he stated about the vaccines, other whistleblowers that have come out, numerous guests on his show. This shows credibility when there's other people, massive amounts of people, who agree with them and may not share the same exact ideology. It doesn't mean that just because you listen or watch someone that you co-sign every single thing that they say or their belief system. There may be things that he believes that I disagree with. However, in terms of his news reporting, his show, he's highly accurate in comparison. By the way, I have not seen otherwise, and I could present, you know, evidence. I have magazines, and that's how I've known about the vaccinations, and from these people, and cross-referencing from other independent news organizations and media people. There's a lot of people who throw out part of that propaganda. And I went over the definition of propaganda earlier, by the way. Alternative. Okay, did I close out one of the okay, here it is. Oh, I had to go up higher. Another thing, this is what you have when it comes to Alex Jones, because I always get these people that try to say he's an agent, this, that, and the other, or he's controlled opposition, or he was they tried to say Bill Hicks, this guy that was looking like, and that's corny. That's real old. I've heard all this bull crap before. You know, his products. I had a friend that sent me an article that BuzzFeed, who sent in a implant, by the way. He had a black reporter that used to work there, and she dated a guy named Rob Jacobson. That was one of his staff people that sold out, because Alex Jones mentioned how he knew Rob Jacobson's parents. He was Jewish, by the way. And they said privately he found out it's believed to be the allegedly were paid by BuzzFeed. And BuzzFeed did a separate article to try to say the InfoWars products were a sham, by the way. And I'm going to go and grab them just to show, by the way. This is just a few, by the way. This is Brain Force that he sells. This is a real product that works. He says people that work in Silicon Valley have a similar supplement that they take. And people swear by this. This is one of his top products. This is real, but BuzzFeed will try to have you believe, because he stated what they were doing was they would buy a product that looked just like his and resell it, but put some bad stuff in it and resell it on Amazon or eBay, and try to get the stuff thumbed down, because they've tried to do ways to shut down his finances. But I can tell you this stuff has worked well for me. This stuff has something called pregnant loan, which you lose when you get in your mid-30s. As you get older, it has other good vitamins and minerals that you need that are packed in here, as well as zinc and other things. This works for real. By the way, he says behind the scenes, there's a lot of medical personnel that buy his product, DNA Force. They might not agree with his political views, but they know his products are real. So when people try to discredit people, we can easily see when somebody is trying to be a hater or a snake and vehemently disagree with someone. But I'm a real person that's not hiding behind a fake account. If you want to show evidence, start a channel. If you think he's a shield, or by the way, I encourage you, start a channel and show your real face, by the way, and don't come here and troll. But I know Alex Jones is legit, His products are real. This is a fish oil. I reordered this. I ran out the previous bottle, and I even explained to a relative who I'm still trying to wake up, who's on the left, who's older than myself. As you get older and you age, this stuff works. It's for real. This helps lubricate your joints. And if there was other manufacturers selling the same supplement, they would be selling it twice as high, because he mentions how they mark up the price. Well, he wants people, the assistance people, to go there. And I may do a separate video altogether to go over his products and show other products I've taken to debunk what BuzzFeed was lying about saying. And a friend of mine sent me the email to that article because he knows it's some BS. Because I allowed him to try some of the supplements I had. He's just, he can't take certain things because he's allergic. I think he's allergic to iodine or whatever. Some people have food allergies, but he knows that this stuff is the real deal, by the way. So I always say, consult the physician. This is not legal or medical advice or whatever, but for me and doing my own research. This is from Infowars.com, his store. His products have actually do work. His news reporting is highly accurate, by the way, especially compared to CNN and MSNBC. And they always see the different. CNN and MSNBC will try to paint him out and tell you these lies and say he's a conspiracy theorist, he's a racist. I've heard all of that bull crap because, see, they also don't want Black people waking up and becoming deprogrammed and linking up with meeting up with white people, learning the real deal. They want to keep us divided too. So that's another reason why they have these shields and people come out and say Alex Jones is a control opposition and he's a racist. They do the same thing with Trump, that he's a polarizing figure. But yeah, he's woken a lot of people up behind the scenes. And there's people that are exiting the matrix that are really seeing who's telling the truth and who's not, by the way. Well, to answer your question, Peter, go to his site. I'll post it in the chat. Infowars store. That should be it. But if you go to Infowars, it should be a link to take you right there, by the way. The problem, Michael, with Hegelian dialectic is that is deal with when I went over specifically this group right here. The people at the top, there's a pecking order. So the difference, if you're trying to compare Alex Jones to that, he's not at that level. They create the problem. In order to have peace, they must cause chaos. So they create the problem. That's Hegelian dialectic. So he's not on the same team. There's different factions set up, and there's different groups that are jockeying for power. That's why I had to break down the differences, if you were here earlier, between the different secret societies as well. So people can distinguish, because I go in depth. You guys, some people just generalize, by the way. Keisha in the chat says, I use Silver Bullet. Okay, that's what's up. I have that product too. That's based off colloidal silver, by the way. Michael Rich says he's a limited hangout because he never gets to the meat of anything. It's globalist, and he makes the outside perspective seem like Looney Tune friends to the normal folks out there. Okay, well, the problem with your comment, Michael Ray, is not totally accurate, because I've been a listener, and I can tell you, because I don't know you, I can't see you, and I suggest if you feel passionate about that versus what I'm saying, I can tell you from my research and my homework, I've watched a lot of videos, not all, I can't watch them as much lately, but I do have band.video bookmarked in some of his other sites, and I check and read Infowars. What I can say is a lot of people who say that because they have a biased opinion, they don't fully watch his entire show. I've seen him when he's articulated himself in a professional manner when he doesn't use sarcasm. Because I can say, for example, a lot of people don't explain this gray area type stuff, or this is like the elephant in the room. Like when he used to call a certain individual or whatever, he said that he's using semantics, but he does that even sometimes when he's had to go to court. By the way, I forget, sadistic sarcasm, where he's also playing a character. But as people can do that as a legal maneuver, even people in the entertainment industry, people who are actual real life actors, by the way, people that have personalities or radios that are on radio or television do that. But I've seen shows where he's articulated himself in a professional manner, where he's warned people genuinely. I've seen his demeanor, his body language. But a lot of times people, because they have a biased opinion, they won't watch or they don't see that other perspective. And I'm talking about numerous shows. There may be a show where he, doesn't maybe articulate himself a certain way, but sometimes he's trying to win different audiences, different demographics. So, to each his own. I'm not gonna debate with you, but I can guarantee from my evaluation and research and evidence that I have, Alex Jones is highly accurate. His information, he's warned us about the globalists, the New World Order, the ruling class elite for years. And I've watched top level, respectable people with mad credentials on his show, from even rappers to entertainers, different walks of life, and they all agree. So we know we're all not crazy. We come from different backgrounds, by the way. But I'm just saying that I let people do their own research. I did give a disclaimer, and they can read in between the lines. So Michael says he's gonna, a guy like you could never get that following. I'm not. The thing is, I'm not in competition either. By the way. That's the thing. I'm gonna try to read some of the other comments. Let's see here. See, there's people sometimes that like to troll me, to come in and cause disruption. That they'll show you where their spirit is at intentionally. There's someone who's genuinely interested in the information, by the way. They won't try to come in and cause disruption to show you that there's people out here who don't want information, accurate information being reported on, that they want to try to be a distraction. So what I did is I put that person in timeout. I guess it just temporarily or deleted their messages. So I'm going to get ready to wrap things up, by the way. And sometimes, of course, when I go over high-powered information, I will get these cabal people. Sometimes you do have these people who are agents who shield, really real shields and gatekeepers. I warn you guys, that'll hide behind fake accounts. They never show a real face. But I say to the individuals, why don't they start a channel themselves? By the way, but that's always funny, especially a certain one I mentioned earlier, numerous ones who never show a real face, but want you to believe that their facts matter. They're not credible. But you see, when the reason people come here, they see I'm providing validity. And maybe the reason I might not have that reach, whatever, it's not that I'm in any direct competition, because YouTube, I know, has changed the algorithms where they don't want a channel like mine to get so large or whatever, that they'll do things. And they did this with a lot of content creators. That's why I moved over to other platforms, by the way. So I want to say the trolls out there, they don't scare me, the shields, but that's also why certain information I don't go over. I do refrain or hold back from, just to give you guys a heads up. By the way, it says, so I'll finish reading. Okay, I read that comment. NC Spaceman says, Roger that. Okay. Did Alex Jones expose Knights of Malta? I'm not sure about that. Nicholas Williams says, are there any private accounts? That's a good question. That deals with the TDA. Yes, I'm in agreements. Nicholas Williams says, discuss private banking. Okay, well, I'm getting ready to shut things down now. If you were here earlier, I may have elaborated more so. I'm going to finish reading the notes, because the topic of this video was pertaining to the Iraq Dinar, Dong Rupiah, is the GCR revaluation close? By the way, plus this was Q&A. But I did say some things I'm going to reframe if I can't answer the question, but we're limited for time, by the way. So I'm going to get ready to shut things down. Before I do so, I'm going to finish reading, hopefully, some of these notes. So let me see. This is supposedly dealing with the reset. It says Charlie Rohr and David Steele, Wall Street corruption. Wall Street has stolen from Americans 100 trillion over 15 years that was subject. This is from Dinar Recaps, Restored Republic section. Says they have laundered over 100 trillion. Trump could claim that money, and there is no doubt that he will. That was paper money, not backed by anything. Number 4, the Himalayan Chinese dragon family, the good Chinese, has provided dragon bonds and monetized 100 trillion to Trump for transition. Okay, I can't confirm that. This is what this intel is saying from Restored Republic, from Dinar Recaps. There were 167 underground storage facilities of gold in Philippines, Cambodia, and Vietnam. Okay, I don't know anything about that. You know, I'm not sure what the purpose. I know some of this information gets esoteric. Says the military was already out and waiting. I'm gonna kind of scroll through that. So let me see. Was there any more updates? This says it's not about the money, it's about the children, the thousands of malnourished and traumatized children who, okay. This is another thing that Trump did. Says the first official act President Trump made the morning before he was sworn into office was to pay a visit to the CIA headquarters and declare a war on international child sex trafficking ring run by global elites. It says, let us fast and pray for these little ones who are now being rescued from cabal underground tunnels across the globe and tortured and killed by satanic covens right next door. Let us also pray for those military troops worldwide who are risking their own lives to save them. For example, one thing, by the way, that I can tell you that Alex Jones has reported on is the sex trafficking rings and the operations going on, which the mainstream media sometimes have been inconsistent with, what they pick and choose. And there's been an ongoing sting operation, even more recently, just last year. Remember, not too long ago, there was a ring operation where U.S. Marshals in Georgia rescued children. There was a rescue operation in Indiana. I found out Ohio. Even more recently, there was one in Tampa, Florida. But you see, the mainstream media hasn't been reporting on this because they don't want Trump to look good in a positive light. Just like when Nancy Pelosi didn't want to allow the stimulus checks, the $1,200 back in November, to go through. You see, I'm just saying, when you look at the research, what I'm going over, but I advise you guys, please do your own homework, your own research, investigate in depth, microscopically, by the way, because I know some of this might seem contrary to what you've been indoctrinated with, but do not trust the mainstream media such as CNN or MSNBC, especially, and there's others out there. And a Biden-Kamala presidency will bring us into socialism and communism. It's the left. The leftists have taken over the Democratic Party. It's no longer the party of JFK. There's no longer liberal, by the way. It's controlled, it's ran by leftists, by the way. They support cancel culture, by the way. They support all this other stuff. In that bill that they passed, by the way, they had money for transgender studies overseas, but they want to raise a big stink about Trump investigating the election fraud or having a Senate committee or whatever investigated, or about that section being repealed, Section 230, dealing with these big tech giants' abuse of authority. But the Democrats had a whole bunch of other mess and crap in their bills, but don't want to give him nothing. I'm just saying, when you compare the two, they had money going to these foreign countries when Trump was saying you need to help the people over here, by the way. And I heard they overrided his veto for the military because all that wasteful spending that's going on. But see, you have the media is not breaking the politics down to you, and people are practicing identity politics where they're going by their emotions, but they're not looking at the actual policies microscopically. This is why the Democratic Party is far worse when you look at their policies, who they are, and you compare it to what they're actually doing. Don't take my word from what I'm saying. But see, they won't report on these things because they want to keep people in the dark, you know. But getting ready to shut things down, guys. I appreciate you all rocking with me. I see we got 18 people in so far, 52 likes. I'm going to finish reading the comments, and then I'm going to shut things down, by the way. Hermano Break says, ask Jason Burmis, ask Millie, okay, must be talking about Millie Weaver. Dig, brother, no, it's tough. Says Jones is a Mossad agent. No, it's tough to take, but research. I've heard that before. I disagree with that. If that's the case, I don't see any indication of that. But you need to go show evidence, show the evidence if he is a Mossad agent, by the way. But I've presented evidence. I've sold some of his products I purchased. But, you know, you guys are hiding behind shield accounts and stuff. All you got to show the evidence, or start a channel yourself and show, or, you know, show the evidence, or have a honest debate in person. By the way, we're on Skype or Zoom, by the way. You know, It's funny when because I've heard a lot of these some of these rumors before, and it's funny at times. I know about the story with Jason Berman. Some of that is from people that are just salty because they used to work for him and they are burned out or they're not in the limelight. Jones said he doesn't get into that jealousy stuff. When Jakari Jackson used to work for InfoWars and Sergeant Joe Biggs, he gave them a severance package. He told them he appreciated their time. He's running the business too. He's an independent media organization, so I don't expect him to be perfect. But some of this is from people who are just bitter and just hateful or just not content. You know, he had to fire Millie in that situation because InfoWars could have possibly gotten sued from that situation she got caught up in Ohio. But it was a lot of his listeners that were still supportive of her platform, even myself, that came to her aid. But for her to just kind of, in a way, disregard. I'm glad to see that Millie Weaver is still awake to the truth. I'm not knocking that. But at the same time, to get into these petty beefs and stuff within the awakening movement is not good. By the way, people like, and I know he's maybe a polarizing figure, but I can debunk all of that. I like the information she puts out still, and I can watch people, they may not disagree with each other, but in comparing notes, when you have that type of division, it's not good for the patriot or awakening movement and trying to move forward. You want to build and get past the bitterness and have forgiveness. By the way, if you feel you were hurt by something, you need to get past that. And that situation that took place, I can understand, you know, the money might have been good because she worked for him or whatever, but a lot of her followers are based off of his platform too, by the way. So you have to factor that in, and other people as well who may be bitter, who were in business with them or business partners at one time. I don't get into that type of stuff, but to each his own. By the way, his information has been accurate. I say to my listeners, my subscribers, continue to follow, support Alex Jones, support Band.video. If it wasn't for Alex, some of these other media sites would not have gotten to the level that they have gotten to, and wouldn't have reached the amount of followers, and things may have actually been worse in terms of the New World Order, by the way. Just keep him in your prayers because the globalist ruling class, by the way, I hear they don't like him. They want to take him out just like Trump. And he's been on the front lines on our behalf. It doesn't mean that I necessarily have to co-sign everything these individuals say or do, but I've seen from my experience, he's genuinely out there fighting on our behalf as an activist, a real activist. And I have to have respect for that as a man. I respect his skill set. I have mad respect, because I've seen a lot of weak men and a lot of cowards out here who are hiding behind these fake accounts, who are not even showing their real face or doing a video like myself and want to come on my channel and talk trash. But I'm not going to be deterred, but I'm just explaining to my listeners. I have to explain this each time, sometimes when I bring him up, because I know he is a polarizing figure, but not to everybody. But my true listeners, please do your research, your homework. But from my experience, he is trying to warn us. He's been on the front lines as an activist in this fight against the globalists, the ruling class. Because remember, as I kind of touched on earlier, the Georgia Guidestones, by the way, stated they want to depopulate the world's population by like over, let's say a significant amount. It's by like over 500 million. They want to reduce the world's population. If we have a population of about 6 billion people on the planet, and they want to bring us down to, like they say, over 500 billion, that means a lot. They want a lot of people to go. So that's a significant number, by the way. So that means no matter what race, skin color you are, we all are in this fight to expose the cabal, the globalists, and to the patriots, everyone out there in the awakening movement who is awake to the truth, to do your best, level best to spread the word and try to wake up your relatives, and don't get caught up in these isolated beasts, but evaluate those who are warning you, who do have your back on and are getting the information out and has the platform to be able to do so. Because of course the bad guys, the evil people, are trying to put a dapper. You see YouTube obviously censoring people, even kicking off channels, even with no strikes at all, I've heard, by the way. So the positivity is that we have, I'm going to wrap things up in a little bit. It says, if you don't like what Dorsey's saying, go somewhere else. Thanks, Dorsey. Says Peter Roberts. Appreciate you, Peter. NC Spaceman says if someone has 95% great info and 5% disinfo, we have to have the discernment to recognize and toss the 5% out. Take what we can use, discard what does not resonate. Yeah, I agree. And that's what people act like they get caught up too definitively. By the way, when he's been on the front lines out there, and you know that's why I say you have to throw the bad out, or what may be allegedly bad. So reading the rest of these comments, Keisha says, I can confirm the Dragon family information has the largest platform. Peter Roberts says, yes, is the red dragon and the white dragon in Melbourne, Australia, and a spider web throughout. The Chinese elders says, I'm sorry, bro, the GOP ain't doing nothing, but identity politics, demographics are changing, and they can't deal with the country, black and brown. Yep, socialism is Social Security, Medicaid, and Medicare. Yeah, I do understand that is a problem. They put us in a catch-22. I also heard the name of that guy that I found out from Alex Jones, actually. I can't think of his name. That's garnered support where they want to get rid of the rhinos, by the way, where they're tired of a lot of the GOP that has betrayed Trump. That I heard Mitch McConnell, a friend of mine, he's a black conservative, told me that McConnell is connected to the Chinese. Remember, the attorney Lynn Wood said that his wife, I think Mitch McConnell's wife is Chinese or whatever, and they say him and Nancy Pelosi's net worth is in the millions. And I just heard recently Mitch McConnell and Nancy Pelosi were both trying to collude to stop the debates from going on from January 6th. So that's interesting. They had a contentious, bad relationship, and all of a sudden they're colluding in secret, by the way. So something to think about. You have operatives in each side to evaluate. So I'm not saying that all the GOP are perfect. I called them out, by the way. But I do agree with your comment. King also says, strong, so appreciate you, King, also for joining. Says, folks on the left don't think Biden is Bernie Sanders. There's a difference. Please stop protecting. There's a difference, bro. I'm sorry, don't agree. I can tell you many on the left wouldn't agree. Oh, I don't know what time you came here in the video, but I've already given a breakdown on the reasons why I swing personally. I lean more to the right versus the left. You might not have been here because this video, I'm breaking record, is already over 4 hours, by the way. And where is it at? I show, okay, it's right here. Where, by the way, I'm personally not a registered voter. However, as a private citizen, a national, I still pay attention to what's going on. And I think that the Republicans, I know the left is being used by the globalists very in depth, because remember, Dennis Prager did a video illustrating how the Democrats have been taken over by the leftists. And there's a difference in leftism ideology versus liberalism. He said they're not the same. And it brought a better understanding for myself. There's a big difference because the Democrats are not the same party of JFK, by the way. So there is some truth to what you're saying. However, there's still a difference too, by the way, because some people also use that to disparage both sides because they're in the closet communists and anarchists too. Not saying that's the case in your situation, by the way. But I technically, I belong to neither side. I'm not getting paid, but I can clearly from my evaluation see Trump is the better option. Some don't like the word lesser of two evils, but I say he is the better option overall. When you know the overall agenda with the cabal, we would be in worse shape if Hillary Clinton got it. I can damn sure tell you for sure we would be in full-fledged socialism, communism. You would have elections, but you would never have a fair election again. I promise you that, especially if Biden and Kamala is able to get in, which I don't think will happen, but we are in a fight. Trump is not on the side of the New World Order. Obama, Hillary Clinton, George Bush, they're on the side with the bloodlines, the evil ones. This group, Obama. What I'm saying, you do have some instances of lesser of two evils. Like Barr was a limited hangout, by the way. He didn't want his hands involved in, taking down the people that appointed him. He's like an establishment, but he weighed in some things I did like as an attorney general that he was firm about. He did an interview about the left, talking about the Democratic Party, and said they want this utopia. By the way, they want absolute power, and that's why I disagree with the accuracy of you. The TV's on. I hear what you're saying, but the reason you're not accurate because the left is trying to destroy this country. They're trying to defund the police. You have, as Judge Janine Pirro, that used to, I don't know if she's still on Fox, said you have total anarchy if you totally defund the police. And they say the crime is skyrocketing where George Floyd was killed all over the country. It's not a coincidence. And this group here locally wants to get rid of the cameras. So that's why you're not, accurate. I can't give credence. The Republican is the last, they're not perfect, but they're the last that we have left as far as any type of checks and balances, because the Democrats, with them, anything goes. They just will allow globalists to come in and just do anything. You know what I'm saying? That's the difference that I see versus people that say they're part of, I break it down all the way down to the purest form. You know what I'm saying? I have to touch on every aspect of it. He says, that's fine, but I can tell you that as a person on the left, many people who like Bernie don't like Biden. I'm already aware of that, by the way. I had one person who said Biden will never move like Bernie. Many people in my age bracket wanted Bernie. I definitely understand that. They drew some similar comparisons to Bernie Sanders when he was running, because I forgot about that. Hillary basically sabotaged his campaign because I paid attention because I'm a former Democrat myself, by the way. I canceled my voter registration back in 2004. But when the the primaries was going on back in 2016, I just showed this. These are copies of three of my canceled voter registration cards right here from the city clerk's office, by the way, in Detroit. I did that in 2000. There's so much corruption, because I understand, but from analyzing things in depth, by the way, and I'm gonna say this before I shut things down, between the two-party paradigm system, by the way, Hillary Clinton also messed over Bernie in 2016, and a lot of his supporters were adamant. Remember, they didn't want Bernie. You know how in the Democratic side, whoever becomes the winner or whatever, the other party person, runner-up, is supposed to concede and endorse that person. Remember, Bernie had to be convinced by President Obama to concede to Hillary because he knew they stole it from him. But another thing that I know, to show you how well studied and how I have a good memory, a lot of leftists don't bring this up. But did you know the DNC, that stands for Democratic National Convention, that happened back in 2016, all of the California delegates got up out and left because they didn't let this black woman from Cleveland, my home city, speak. I think her name was Nina Turner, and she had the actor that played in the movie Lethal Weapon was there lobbying on her behalf, Danny Glover, because the California delegation, they were more so for Bernie than they were for Hillary. But the establishment part of the Democratic Party put Hillary in and tossed Bernie's votes, and they cheated up front at the first thing. And I remember they were flipping the coin thing or whatever. So many people forget about that, by the way. So Bernie was definitely played similar to Trump, by the way. But remember, he met with Obama and basically was told quietly. I heard Bernie got paid off, by the way, to an update that he quietly, they gave him some hush money to calm him down or whatever. But that's the story with that, to show you how I pay attention to both sides. By the way, this is nonpartisan. I'm equally fair. I just show proof I'm not a registered voter. So, but you're getting a real live person that's not hiding behind a fake account. You can pinch my skin, just want to provide validity, and someone who's, from two different cities. I'm from originally from Cleveland, Ohio, and I've lived in Detroit most of my life. So I've seen the corruption and the Democrats, and I encourage you guys to do your own homework and research and continue to warn others and wake up, because we're definitely in a fight. So with that said, I appreciate you guys for rocking with me all this time. We're breaking a record, went over 4 hours. I believe this is the longest live video that I've ever done so far. And if you like my content, you can support the channel by donating to the Cash App section after the video is uploaded. If you want information to contact me, that should be in the description box below the video after this video uploads. You can follow me. I'm on Facebook at Dorsey's Resource. I'm also on YouTube at Dorsey's Resource. I'm on Twitter at Dorsey's Resource. Obviously, I'm on the gram. My information should be in the description box. I just recently joined Parler back in November, so I'm pretty new there. So, you know, you guys want to show me some love over there if you're more conservative. I noticed a few other good channels are over there. Angry Man, the Street Conservative, JD Black, that comes out. It's kind of like the unofficial manosphere that's covered a lot of mainstream topics. They both are on Parler because they see the writings on the wall. Angry Man is also on D Live. And I may work on down the road getting on some of these other platforms, by the way, as I encourage you all to do, by the way, because of the censorship that's taking place, just in case. You know, so with that said, the marathon will continue. Real legends never die. Stay woke. Until next time. Deuces. I'm out.